I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, amazing traders, Bull Barbie and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Anytime
morning.
you see me leaning this way, I'm typing in the chat. So not.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were petting your dog.
No, dog's usually over on this side. So yeah, so.
Good morning, chat. Good morning, Denny. Magnus is with us. Good morning, Abhishek. Verit, good morning to everyone. How was your weekend?
It's great. Hot here. 100 degrees. I barely went outside.
Holy smokes. It was hot where I'm at too. Yeah, I tried to go to the golf course. I haven't hit golf balls in forever. I was pleasantly surprised. I was able to make pretty good contact. So that was good. I did see a robotic machine mowing the grass. That was fun.
Oh yeah, I've seen them before. Those are actually pretty expensive. If you look up how much those are, they're like they're like $5-6 grand.
Holy smokes. Yeah, it wasn't even that big, but I suppose if it's running all day long, it probably cuts a lot of grass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Barbie, how was your weekend?
It was good. Tried to have some relaxation, but it's summer, so it was go all weekend, but that's how we do it.
We missed you on Friday. I told everyone you were getting recharged.
Something like that.
So let's kick off Monday. Who would like to go first, Barbie or Nick?
I'll go first because I'm gonna recap my trade I had on Friday. Once I just get something out of my eye. I don't know what that was. Okay, awesome, cool. All right.
Do you get dog hair stuck in your eyelashes all the time? That happens to me.
Nah, I think it was just like a freaking taquito crumb.
Just a personal problem then. Okay.
So let's see here. So the trade I had a trade on, if you guys remember in the chat, let me like the stream. On Friday, right as I was leaving the stream, I told you about this long I was about to enter. So let me show that with you guys. So if I go to about 9 a.m., I was actually bearish going into the day. And I was anticipating this London low to get ran, if you guys remember that. And it got ran on NQ right here. But on ES, this low never got ran. And this is a pretty big low because it's from London. Good liquidity pool, for example. So we had an SMT at these lows, right? And ES did not run this low at all. And I know you guys are probably wondering, well, why didn't you long ES since it was the stronger one? Well, I'll break down here ES here in a second, but mainly due to the fact that it wasn't very clean. NQ was a lot more cleaner. It was moving, quicker ever since it ran that low. So sometimes, a lot of times, I just check to see if there is a SMT on the hourly, like if there's a divergence. And if there is, I'm like, okay, great, extra confluence for this trade. But it doesn't mean I need a long, like the stronger or short the weaker one. Just paying attention to the lower time frames that I'm going to enter on. And then from there is where you can decide. So I entered right here at 386 on the 5-minute, stop below here. It was a 25-point stop, targeting up to Asia high. And this is like, for me, like an A+ setup. The only thing was I had a okay week, and I didn't really want to give back profits. So I didn't size like full R, probably size like 0.75 R on this trade. Got tagged in right at 10 o'clock, I believe. 9:55. Sorry. So this is the breaker here. This is where I got tagged in. And this was all the liquidity that was ran right at open. And another thing I like to use is like time-based liquidity. So like right at 9:30, we can all agree is like a good sort of time, right? If there's going to be anything happening, it's going to be around 9:30. So at 9:30, ES was failing to run this low. And let me just pull up ES here. 5 minute. I just got this new mouse yesterday, so it's a little bit different. It's like a quiet click, so it's different. It's like clicking, but it's not really clicking because I don't hear it. So if you guys notice, this is the NQES chart from Friday. Look at this. Like, would you rather long NQ or ES? For me, I'm at long NQ, right? So I went long right there, targeting up to the Asia high, and it was a little choppy getting started. But then we finally got that move around like 12 o'clock back up to the highs. And yeah, that was a trade right there. But just remember, when you're doing these SMTs, just focus on like liquidity level. So Asia, London, New York, if you're trading New York, focus on these two. And if there is an SMT, you don't need to trade the stronger one if you're trying to go long. You can trade the weaker one if it's showing better displacement. And that's exactly what was happening here. Let me split this real quick. So this is that 10 o'clock low right there. So at 10 o'clock, we were already up here. So why would I long ES? It just makes no sense to do that. So obviously they both worked out. But yeah, that's sort of the trade right there. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop. Oh, wow. I was about to scroll down here. As for this morning, we had a big push up from last night. I think it was mainly due to the Euro deal over the weekend. I am going to be seeing what's happening below weekly open. I really want to be buying in here. We also have a new week opening gap from Friday's close to last night's open. So on my weekly outlook, this is something I've kind of predicted. Come down, fill that new week opening gap. I really don't see us going below these Thursday lows, and then making a move back to the upside from there. Let me look at ES. Yeah, ES is about to fill the gap, so it's a little bit, I guess you could say, weaker, maybe. But yeah, if you're bullish on the week, right? You're anticipating the weekly candle to go higher, like it has been doing the past couple, really the past a long time, right? Just think of it right now. We are below the weekly open. So if we close higher, there's going to be a wick like this, open low, high close. So I'm anticipating us to reach up into this closest 2.5 standard deviation for the week. And then respectively for NQ, I think it already hit. No, it did not. This 2 standard deviations. So, and what did I say last week? I was like, Monday, Tuesday is probably going to be the low. What happened? Came down, made the open low, made the wick right there. And then Wednesday through Friday, we really expanded. So, also it is NFP week. Let me show you guys that. Barbie's got the better calendar, but I'll do mine. Yeah, so Powell speaks tomorrow at 8:30. And then we have news Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. My focus this week is Monday through Wednesday, off Thursday, come back Friday, post news. And yeah, we'll see what we can do from there. If you guys have any questions, I know I had to break down my trade, so I went a little bit longer than usual. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching. Bullish on the week. For the day, I'd like to see us come down into that new week opening gap, fill that up, and then go higher.
Nice trade. That long. Beautiful.
Yeah.
You're the modest whale.
I was scared the whole time I was in the trade because you were short. I'm like, oh man, like I don't know if this is an A+ setup. Now it's turning into like a C setup.
No, your trade was awesome. Barbie, what are you thinking for the day?
I was all ready to go, and then my voice was like, no, we're not going to work. So we do have the gap up from the tariff news over the weekend. This is the ES chart, so we've almost closed it on ES. Not quite. I think NASDAQ's got a little bit more to go. But this move kind of set up these levels pretty nicely. I had the 6440 last week. That was a target, and then we gapped up over it, but I'm still expecting that to kind of be a key level this week. What I noticed is that when we did a little gap and go until it failed. I was watching this level. I was just based on some other analysis, the extension I had up here was 6460. It didn't quite make that. We're at 6457.75 when it failed, but I'm going to be really watching that high. This looks to me like overnight we just flat out ran out of buyers up here, so the price had to come back lower. I want to see if this is something we want to retest during regular trading hours and see if we have regular trading hours buyers interested up there, or once this gap gets filled, if we're really just kind of glued to this other level. The spot that I'm looking for down here is the 64.25 to 28. Let me show you how much I'm watching that actually right now. I got a little bit of an order down there waiting, because I do think that we have the potential to get some sort of bounce off of this. Just on the hourly, we made this major move up. Now we've made a major move lower. So it makes sense that if we hit this level here to try to make a bounce. So I'm kind of basing that trade off of that. I don't really like trading during this hour, so I just have a really small order sitting there waiting for that. But what I'm looking at is are we going to kind of just hang around? This happens a lot at the beginning of the week. We'll end up with a level that we just kind of get glued to, and I'm wondering if it's going to be this 25 level where we just kind of get stuck and hang around. And then every time we move away, we tend to move back. Nick had brought up the news briefly. There's nothing today. We do have a lot this week, but today's pretty slow. So today's going to be more of an anticipation of all that stuff coming up. It's not just this news, though. I want to bring this up. Here's the earnings calendar. Today is not super exciting, but as we get into the week, it gets more and more exciting. PayPal and SoFi could be a little bit fun in the morning. Boeing's there too. Then we start getting into Visa and Starbucks, and then Meta, Microsoft, and then Amazon, Apple, and then the big ExxonMobil and Chevron, the big oil gas companies, are coming through too. But for NASDAQ and S&P purposes, I'm really focused on Apple and Amazon and Meta. So we do have those big earnings this week too. So that's why it's really setting up for kind of a drift around kind of the current levels that we have for today when we don't have news and don't have the big earnings coming, but kind of getting ready and positioned for some of that bigger stuff that we have later in the week. So we do have one of those weeks where it's kind of set up to give us a slower day, and that's why I am just kind of looking at these levels. If I'm wrong and we don't bounce the 64.25 area and we fail through, I'll have a stop down here on this order if it gets tagged in. The next support down is really the 6400 to 6406 area. So that's what I'd be looking for if we fail out of this area and this bounce doesn't happen. It's just on the hourly that looks like it's kind of going to be the natural spot, and that's lining up on ES and on NQ for me right now. So I kind of like that spot. I did want to bring up one thing. This is another thing that I'm going to be kind of watching all week, and we can talk more about this later if you want to. Hopefully it's on this one. And I've got it on both. So I pulled up SPX. This is the SPX daily, and then this is the SPX equal weight. And this is just the regular SPX with the weighting of how the SPX is weighted. So we made all new all-time highs and have blasted off. And then I wanted to point out the equal weight over here, because this is showing us a little bit more what the average stock is doing, whether the average stock is moving up or down in the S&P 500 without the weighting in it. The equal weight S&P 500 is just now making an all-time high. This is a little bit of a warning sign. So I've been waiting for that healthy pullback, and this is kind of the biggest warning sign that I've had. So I put them on top of each other here. The blue is the regular S&P, and you can see it really, it was matched up before, and this year it's really pulled away. And so I'm watching this. This is again where you can see the regular S&P has taken off, made new all-time highs, and the equal weight has not. And so this is a macro indicator that a lot of people are going to be watching this week. And so I'm going to be watching that too, see how this plays out with earnings. If we have bad earnings, this might be kind of the rejection spot. So I'm going to be aware of that no matter what else I'm trading. So
that is so interesting. So it's basically a warning sign in the sense of potentially the Meg 7 stocks being overpriced compared to the equal weighted. It's like that divergence is why you're like,
it's
oh,
not
this
it's
could
not
be a
comparing the
warning.
price, not exactly. So when we're weighting the stocks in the S&P 500, we're counting Apple more than we're counting a smaller stock. And so that's why if Apple moves, it's going to move the S&P stronger than something that's weighted down like 20 times. But in this sense, we're just getting a sense of what all of the stocks are doing. It's kind of the same as when I look at the tick index, not a tick chart, but the tick index. Let me see if I can bring that one up. So this is just literally the tick index. And what this does is there's 2,800 stocks listed on the New York Stock Exchange. And if you look at the tick index, it's literally telling us how many of them are moving up or down at any one moment. So this way we can see if on average stocks are moving up or down and not taking into account any of the indexes and things. And this is not weighing the stocks. It's just literally taking every single one and doing a plus if it's moving up or a minus if it's moving down. And it works a little bit more like that. So it's just kind of giving us an indication that maybe the other stocks in the S&P are not making the same move that the big guys are. So it's just something that you kind of have to pay attention to. It can be a warning sign, just like when we get the death crosses with the EMAs and things, that the macro environment is not supporting some of the things that we're seeing. And it's not a set in stone thing. Like, yes, the market's going to go down because this is happening, but it's kind of one of those things that we can look at as a warning sign to not be, I mean, we're buying at highs if we're buying up here, right? And so it's a reason to use caution and say, maybe I should be booking my profits on my longs and waiting to get something new going.
Thanks, Barbie. That makes a lot of sense. Learning new things every day with us. Let's set the bounty. We have less than 1.5 minutes left before the market's going to open. What are you guys thinking? Nick, what do you think for Monday bounty?
Let's see. Well, let's let Barbie pick. It's her, first day out.
Barbie, what are your thoughts?
I missed one day, you guys.
First day out.
Let's do 750.
750. I like that. All right. Bounty is set at 750 for likes and views. Everyone share the stream on all of your socials. Let's get the party started. Once we hit that bounty, MyFundedFutures will release some type of treasure for us. We don't know what and we don't know when. It will be a surprise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me share one last thing. I forgot the.
Yeah, I am in short, you guys, in 5 micros on my funded account. I know. We only need 2 more days of green of $100 or more, and then we will get a payout and break the drought. So just wanted to share that quick.
That's good. Yeah, I like that. You're kind of anticipating us to go fill that new week opening gap, right?
Yes, exactly. A gap fill play.
Yeah, no, that's let me one thing I didn't talk about was what I'm anticipating for the day. I was talking about my trade, but I'm really would like to see a reaction from this new week opening gap back to here. But I'm also going to realize that we could probably go a little lower in the week to start the week, I guess you could say. Like I said, I would not want to go below Thursday's low, though. I mean, inside this gap would be something to watch, but mainly I'm just going to be watching the 5-minute chart and see if I can get a move back to these highs from London. And so we plan to move higher. Lower from here, just I can't do it. But if I were to do it, I probably would have been in sometime around what Terry was. But yeah, no, looking for a move higher.
All right. Ding, ding, ding. Sorry, guys. I got that in late. Market is open. Trading with Forrest is in the house. What up, Forrest?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going heavy. Yeah, five. I don't know.
I know. This is like a little piece of the full port Terry, right?
How am I supposed to make money if I'm not even logged into my trading accounts?
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Gotta get logged in.
I know, right?
All right, market is open, you guys. NASDAQ is trading green by about 74 points, and ES is green by about 6-7 points.
I am tagged into this long here, so I'm going to see if I want to move my stop here in a second. One thing I noticed, so ES has filled that gap. NASDAQ hasn't yet. So we've got a little bit of a conflicting thing. I'm going to make sure my ES stop is out of the way if NASDAQ wants to go down and fill that before. But we'll see.
So I am working on another eval, a core eval. One of the new plans. So the core, the scale, and also the pro, use code YouTube for that. It's 50% off any of the accounts, and then it's 15% off unlimited of any of the new accounts.
Meta is just absolutely on a tear right now.
Ooh.
I don't have that one up right now, but that is moving. And that's the one that I was saying I'm watching for earnings this week too. So definitely I'll watch there on Meta. It's already up $10 this morning. We've been open for a minute or two.
Let's see.
All right. NASDAQ is trying to figure out what it wants to do. It went down, it went up, and now it's hovering around the open of that 5-minute candle, green by about 55 points.
Okay, I think I'm all logged in and everything. So now if we can,
Now you're cooking with gasoline. Let's go.
I'm cooking now. I'm ready to cook. Did anyone in the chat watch Happy Gilmore 2 over the weekend?
I did. I was
no
inspired.
spoilers. I was out and I haven't watched it yet, but we're going to.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a spoiler, but okay. There's like 72 cameos in this thing, right? Like,
yeah, I saw that.
It's basically like one giant commercial for 2 hours, but it's pretty funny. And then at the end, watch the credits. Like, watch through the credits after he's walking down, because there's a funny part at the end. But yeah, I kind of liked it, but mainly due to all the famous people in it.
A ton of professional golfers.
Ton of professional golfers. I thought the Zalatoris part was super funny with the kid from back in the day. That was hilarious. I'm not spoiling anything there, but I can see where some people say it was a little goofy with like the Maxi Golf League.
Have we not seen Adam Sandler before? I mean, it's supposed to be goofy.
Yeah, for sure. John Daly was great. I think he was awesome in it.
Okay. Is he still playing on the Pro Tour?
Nah, he like sings and does some stuff. Like he'll play like sometimes, but yeah, he like sings and stuff. He's different.
Oh, we have someone to celebrate. Denny passed another core account today. Congratulations, Denny. One of our mods. Everyone hit the confetti button for Denny. Let's go.
Let's go, Denny. Wow, some people are like, dang, it sucked. They said the first one was better. I don't know. Like, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I did watch it in my car while my car was charging, so freaking half of it. I did split. I'm probably gonna rewatch it. Okay, so we're getting to move up.
Yeah.
I would love for us to get above this level right here. I would target back to London highs. So if we get above 23,515, I'll probably look to take a long there. We would be inversing all these gaps to the downside. And if we do a risk to reward here, up to London high. Yeah, so I mean, this is probably going to be, if it happens, I got plenty of room, plenty of meat on the bone to long up here. So I could probably even go a wider stop if I wanted to. But we got to get above there first. ES is lagging. Yeah, ES is lagging for sure. But it did fill that gap. NQ has not.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's always I love it when they make that move together. It makes everything a lot easier. But when they don't, I feel like I have to wait a little bit, or at least throw things on a lot smaller than I normally would. If NASDAQ had filled that gap, I would have added more down there, but we haven't gotten that yet, so we'll see. I've been trying to figure out the best. Some of my brackets don't fit real great in prop accounts, and I've been trying to adjust my brackets where it's a little more prop friendly. It's because I can't add. So I've been working on kind of just adding like one lots at a time, which I haven't done in a while. Usually I have brackets that will throw out at least 3, but depending on the prop, you can run out of room for that. So
let's see.
Market is trying to figure out what it wants to do. First candle is green. Second 5-minute candle is pushing green. NASDAQ is green by about 82 points.
Yeah, if we get closed at 940, I will take a stab at long, targeting these highs in London.
All right. Got the game plan. You guys are long, making me nervous about my short. Dang it.
Well, now you know how I felt on Friday. Like, I mean,
I know.
just stressed me out. My whole chat and my Discord was like, "Hey, Nick, you're kind of fading Terry here, right?"
Oh,
it wasn't like Terry's fading you. It was like you're fading Terry in my own chat.
You're the whale. You're the modest whale. Secret whale, modest whale. Actually, the secret's already out, Nick. This is like, I'm on to you. This is like you never telling us that you're such an amazing golfer, and then your handicap is a plus 0.2, which is
Well,
like,
I mean,
you guys, that's crazy good. It's incredibly good.
I'm muted. I didn't know it. I was saying he's secretly a billionaire placing $1 million orders.
Yeah.
Yeah, Denny, let's run it one day. Maybe we've been talking about MyFundedFutures get together or something. So maybe we'll run it in there. Let's see. Limits. Did anyone take? I remember I had to leave like right at 10 o'clock on Friday. Did anyone take the trade with me on Friday? Type 1 in chat if you took it. I was trying to keep you guys updated as I left. Like, hey, I'm taking partial at London. Stuff like that.
That was cool, Nick. Yeah, thanks for doing that, for updating us after you were on with us.
Yeah, I try, especially if I get in or if I talk about a position beforehand, because some people, they don't understand. Like London High, I think is a pretty big magnet for price, right? You could get a reaction from there. Price could continue higher from there or lower. So definitely want to. They don't copy trade nerds. It's okay. No, just take out the nerds and put whale, and then we'll be good. Dell.
Dell. Good morning, Dell.
ICT son. Yeah, we gotta get ICT on here. I'd like to see him and Barbie go. That'd be pretty good. I'd just sit here, just chill.
Yeah, I cannot wait to outtrade that dude.
Do you think he'll ever come on?
No, absolutely not.
No.
He doesn't live trade, Terry. He talks big game about it, doesn't do it. That's why he gets shit for it. He talks a big game about it. I mean,
really big game.
Say what the earnings this week. Why were you so interested in the ones before, like Apple and Amazon? Like what was it?
Meta?
Oh, PayPal.
No, I'm sorry. It was Friday. I guess the oil ones make sense, but I feel like by Friday,
I wasn't as excited about them. I have played oil earnings or energy earnings, but
what time do those usually come out in the morning?
That's on Friday, so I don't usually trade very late on Friday. No, the main ones I'm looking at are Apple, Amazon, and Meta.
Yeah.
But the ones on Friday will come out before the open.
Okay, so they come out right around NFP. Oh wow, what a freaking week!
Yeah.
This week, we have non-farm payrolls on Friday. We have Fed's meeting and talking on Wednesday. And then we have all of the earnings this week. It's going to be wild, hopefully. We like volatility. We need it. We need some, at least.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get JCap on here. Probably only be for like 30 minutes or so, but
Oh, that would be awesome, Nick.
I'll see if
Who's
I can
that?
remind you.
Jade Cap, I think he got a $2 million payout from a prop firm before. I think it was 2 million, something like that.
Yeah, I was at 2.5.
2.5. Amazing. All right, NASDAQ is kind of just trading within that first 5-minute candle. Still trying to figure
Not
out
real
what it wants
exciting.
to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's green by about 66 points. ES is almost green. It is green by about 2 points.
I
Yeah, he
get
did really good. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say we get so excited about this earnings season. I always like post earnings trades better. Like earnings season, like when we have all these big
Mhm.
NASDAQ earnings, I actually think that the market is worse to trade. And we're gets excited about it, but I like getting through it. Because if we're not trading the earnings, then we end up having kind of extra chop and waiting around waiting for these events. So
Well, that makes
a little
sense,
bit of
right?
that.
Everyone's so excited about a news event, and then all of a sudden, like the market's chopped, but people are still trading it because they were so excited for it. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. And then usually when it's out of the way, that's when the clean move happens. But everyone's so wore out from mental capital, like mental capacity, and then from physical capital as well, because they blew their accounts trying to trade earnings or during earnings, whatever. So yeah, no, we see that all the time for sure. I like the one day I don't like is the day before NFP, but earlier this month, I think we had NFP on Thursday earlier this month, and we had a really good trade on Wednesday. I think it was July 2nd. And so I like to just take it day by day, but usually Thursdays, the day before NFP, is not usually my favorite day of trade, especially during the earnings. I think we have, would you say Amazon and Microsoft this week? So you just gotta watch for landmines. They're gonna be all over the place.
Tricky. Is it me or is it every single week it's tricky to trade?
Well, no, it always is. But it's kind of interesting to me because I've just having done this long enough now. I see people hyping the same stuff every time, like, oh, this is going to be the greatest trading week ever. And then it's a lot of those events end up kind of being the worst trading weeks ever because of all that market anticipation built up around it.
Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's an ICT concept trader. Yeah, he is. He did a class in our Discord a month ago. It was very good. Everyone enjoyed it. He's got some good knowledge that he shares for sure. Even just small things like he was talking about sleep, right? Usually, like before, like 5-6 years ago, sleep wasn't that big of a deal in terms of him trading, but now it's like a huge, like if you don't get quality night's sleep coming into the markets, it just doesn't make sense for him to put on a whole lot of risk or any risk at all. He goes a little bit more in detail about it, but it was very good. It was very good. He's got a lot of knowledge. I'll hit him up, see if I can get him on.
Yay! Thank you, Nick. Chat.
Yo.
Do you guys want to see Jade Cap on the show? Type in yes.
I love it. I like the ICT. I can't trade. Yeah. That's fine.
So a lot of people do trade ICT, but they don't believe in like all the other stuff, all the drama and
I don't either.
Stories and like.
You mean he didn't get kidnapped by the market makers and they didn't have him design an algo and like he shared it with the whole world and different? No one. I don't believe that. A lot of my friends don't believe that either, and we still trade ICT.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin is going to zero. Remember, Bitcoin is going to zero, guys. Barbie.
I mean, I say this stuff and they get on my case. You can say it because you trade it. They get all over me when I state straight up facts like that. They're like, no, but he's so good. He like secretly trades millions of dollars in secret, that he only wins in secret. Okay, guys.
Ash,
I'm just one of those people. I don't. Everyone I meet, I don't
Well, here-
anticipate everyone's telling me the truth. So that's kind of my
Yeah.
thing.
I was
yeah.
looking for some of these books I have up here, but literally, like, they're just rebranded. That's the thing, y'all. Is like you're like, oh, ICT is the only way to trade. Like, it's rebranded concepts that have been around for a while. It's rebranded stuff. It really is. You can say it's not. It is. It's packaged in a way that some people like, and some people are like, well, that's I already learned that in a different way, and I like my other way, and that's okay. I don't understand why it always has to be this beef with everybody. Like, y'all just, you want the real housewives of trading, I think. It's like,
100%. We love the Real Housewives.
That would be a great segment. That would be a great TV. So many people will watch that.
and old crazy Mike would definitely be on there. I'm telling you.
I think the most where people go wrong is they think once they start trading ICT, they'll have like less losing trades, they'll make more money, and no, like you're gonna get the same win rate, you're gonna get the same risk to reward just about on any other strategy. Like when you realize it's just a strategy, you're kind of like, okay, well, and I always preach on here. I'm like, the strategy really isn't that important. You have to have something. But the hard part is like sticking with it and good risk management.
See, for me, it's really complicated because the whole thing is like, oh, you're supposed to learn this whole year's thing and you can't trade until you get all of the information that hasn't been presented yet because this is this year's class or whatever. And it is recycled information that you could go learn from other places. And I don't know, it all kind of feels a little bit like a game. That's what I don't like. It's the exclusion. Y'all, really, it's the exclusionary saying that everybody else's trading is wrong. Like that's factually incorrect.
Yeah, Ashtray says the only thing that matters is if I am making withdrawals to my bank account.
Honestly, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the whole point, right? Not to be on the right team on X or whatever. It's to make money.
Yeah,
lots of money.
100%. The rest is just noise. Ashtray says like it's just noise. Yeah, and people can get caught up in that noise though, into drama and
there's there are certain teachers who appeal to certain things. ICT is very complicated. If you like having all of these different layers and all of these different things to watch for, great. If you like things really, really clean and simple, there's probably other ways that honestly the same information is presented in a really more simple way. That's what I'm talking about.
One gorilla versus 100 ICT traders.
I don't know. ICT traders are pretty hardcore.
Yeah, they're pretty hardcore.
Dell said, I let the market spit in my fart box with every strat I use, so it's all good. That works too. Whatever works for you.
Yeah, there
I am going to put the orb trades on here. I have to do it manually. I don't have my bot on. This one's looking like it wants to go long. What a mess.
Yeah, I didn't get a good close. Well, unless we do it in the next 20 seconds, but I didn't get a nice close above that. What candle is that? The 850 candle? Didn't get a nice close above there, so.
What a mess.
The market went and tested VWAP on the NASDAQ. Let's see if it trades above VWAP.
It keeps doing this. Like we keep getting this. This is just not when I make tons of money, when the NASDAQ and the ES are trying to do different things.
ES is about flat. Almost. Yep, almost flat.
Well, I mean, since we're talking about last night, that's just the gap fill, and NASDAQ hasn't made that yet. So what's going on over there?
The fact that it's in there and it doesn't want to push higher makes me think that it could go lower. Not really getting a whole lot of displacement here either. I want to close above. Never really got it. No sort of no sort of speed within any of these candles. It like big wicks, like it looked like it was going to at one point, but then it just kind of came back into the range. And then obviously you got ES going lower. What's YM doing? YM is
YM's down too. I was also watching Russell. Russell's down kind of hard, and I'm wondering if we've got some rotation. I was not ready to announce this yet, but we might have some rotation coming out of Russell. I can pull my multi-stream chart up, or my multi-index. This is the hourly, but you can see Russell's filled the gap and then gone deeper inside of it. Oh wait, I was showing you the Dow. The Dow and the Russell have both done that. They closed the gap and then gone deeper inside of it, and NASDAQ hasn't even closed that gap yet. So we were kind of watching the rotation maybe come out of the NASDAQ and into the Russell last week, and that's on watch. I'm not declaring that yet, but it's kind of on watch.
Yeah, that's kind of wow. Yeah, maybe they're accumulating ahead of earnings. The only thing I can think of.
That's usually what I'm watching for this time of year. Okay, I did get tagged into the orb long on NASDAQ, but not ES. So that's the orb long. What a mess.
It is just a mess. We are trading a little bit above that 5-minute candle, though, the very first one. We'll see what happens. The NASDAQ is still trying to figure out what it wants to do. GLST says, I miss the wheel. I hope we can do the wheel. I miss it too. It's been a while.
Yeah, no, I think I never got to do the wheel. I think he was on vacation and never really got to do it.
We'll have to try and get one in early for Nick, so Nick can experience the wheel. It's fun. It's just fun to see people win. I feel like when you see other people win, it makes you feel like you're winning. It's just a good time. Yeah. MyFundedFutures said, sure, we can do the wheel again at some point. Awesome.
There we go.
Thank you. Mr. Smith passed an eval 50K on that NQ pump. Woohoo!
Nice.
That is awesome. We love hearing about people passing accounts and getting payouts, guys. Let us know. So today's Monday. Before all of the shenanigans this week, maybe that's why this is looking kind of messy. So the weekend news with Trump solidifying a 15% tariff with the EU, I believe, and that is part of the reason, or could be the reason why we gapped up in futures.
It's absolutely the reason we gapped up.
So New York is pricing in that information. It looks like we are trading above VWAP right now, at about VWAP.
I did trail the orb, and my other original trade is kind of back to break even. Man, that other one, the orb on ES is just not hitting today. We'll see. I am seeing buying on the tape, so this would be the chance. If they're gonna bring it up, this is the spot.
All right. Mr. Smith hit 5 days of $100 or more on the sim funded last night too. Congratulations.
Good stuff.
I'm so glad we have that limit there too, instead of I don't know why. When I was first trying to pass my my evals, get those consistency days, I was forever on my old prop firm getting like $15 under that limit. And I wish it was the $100 limit. I would have hit it every time.
Yeah, $100 is doable. It's the easiest out of any other firms, I feel like. Mm-hmm. And no consistency now on the funded side, guys. So that's different with the core plan. I think like in some ways the core is the improved and better version of the starter plan. So none of the accounts have consistency rules on the funded side.
Nice, Mr. Smith. Been working on getting his first payout all summer, and we're there. So let's go.
Woo-hoo! Woohoo! I love it.
So the NASDAQ orb went and it got out at break even already. So that's not exciting. I'm watching this ES one now, see if it's going to break lower. But this is a mess. This is not like when I want to be trading and want to be placing high confidence trades, because we still have NASDAQ has not completed that move lower that ES has. So we're having that that mismatch between the NASDAQ and the ES again. Not my favorite trading environment.
Yeah, I would like to see the 15-minute candle at 10 o'clock close above this 8:45 high, and I'd look to go long in there. But it needs to go, because the past 5-minute candles have gotten up there, but then they just reject. So I like to see price to come down, hit my level, and then move very nicely away from it in like a good amount of time, right? So well, I'm just not really getting that right now. However, the 15-minute, it looks better, right? The 5-minute doesn't look as good, but if I were to take it on the 15-minute, it's the same stop losses as if I was trading the 5-minute. So I'm just gonna be watching the 15-minute candle close above here, targeting up to the London high if we get it. But no close means no trade. So that's, you just got to wait for the confirmation, right? Doesn't look great for IFEG. Yeah, I'm not trading IFEG, but yeah, yeah, it needs to get above it for sure. Let's see.
It keeps looking like it wants to retrace some of this, but it would be a lot easier if NASDAQ had made that move. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it.
Oh, do you look at like tape at all, Barbie? Like the
some
tape?
I don't have it up all the time. I was watching ES there a little bit, had a lot of buyers on it, but it kind of settled down. So it's not been holding.
Yeah, I was reading something like one of my friends' thread this weekend. He was talking about how the ES Delta runs the NASDAQ or something like that. I don't know what that means, but I guess I was mainly just like
it means ES is the leading index. It really is. There's a lot of different reasons that you can say that, but ES should be the leading index.
Well, I don't know what was the worst question, like that question I just asked, or when I asked what does VWAP stand for a couple weeks ago.
All questions are good questions. Always.
Well, no, a lot of people think that NASDAQ is the leader, and I've actually been surprised about that.
I don't think so. Yeah. I agree with you. I think ES is the leader, except for Friday.
Well, I mean, in general, that's where the volume and the larger amount of money is. So
I agree.
Now I'm really annoyed I got tagged out of that orb a little bit early. See if the ES one hits. I'm still in this other ES long that I had taken earlier, but we'll see. I don't have that one up right now. I'm waiting to see if this orb gets tagged in. I can show you the other one. It's still boring. It's just right at break even. Which account was that? This one. Boring. We'll see if it does anything. And then the NASDAQ orb is kind of some BS. I should not have gotten out of it yet.
Yeah, this price.
I moved my stop just a little bit too soon so I could pay attention to something else, and got me at break even.
Before I head out here, I'm just basically just gonna break down my trade. So in the next 30 seconds, if we get a close above this body right here, from the 8:45 candle, I'll look to go long. No close means no trade. But if we get that close, I'll tag in long there, targeting up to these London highs. This is the stronger index, as Barbie was referring to. Let me actually place my order here. Yeah, so my limit order is set. So I don't know why it's doing all that, but yeah, so limit order is set here, and like I say, I'm trying to go long on the stronger pair. I think I just got tagged in. Stop below this low, and hopefully we can reach up to London high. So I'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all take it easy. Have
you
fun.
too. Bye, Nick.
Bye-bye.
All right, and we just sit in our trades and we wait. While we're waiting, guys, let's smash that like button. Let's get it up. Double smash. Let's go. Pine Tree Trader said I look like I was milking a cow. I think he said that. Oh, you guys, smash that like button. Let's unleash that first treasure of the day, of the week. We want to see you guys get some free accounts. Yeah, I'm not feeling so good about this short, Barbie, but I'm just going to see what happens.
Yeah, so far everything's kind of tagged me long. It's just I would have been a lot more confident with it with the better NASDAQ move, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of hoping for just this little ES move. I'm not expecting to have my biggest trade ever today for sure, but I would just like to get something going here. So come on, market, do your thing.
Do your thing. Oh, Mikey says, don't double smash the like button. That effectively removes your like. What? No. Oh, okay. Triple smash. I see what you're saying. Yeah, triple smash, guys.
Is that a menage a trois?
Yeah, I think
Is that what that is?
Triple. TT says, yeah, triple. Bishak is laughing. Oh, NASDAQ up by about 97, 96 points, and ES is green by about 3 points. Oh, MyFundedFutures just put in a poll. You guys make sure you vote. Schedule the drop, yes or no. What do you think, Barbie? Are you into
What are we dropping?
I think scheduling the drop, meaning scheduling a code drop, perhaps.
No, we got to keep them on their toes. I'm voting no.
No.
Keep them on their toes. Keep them on their toes. I like it when there's just like mysterious music and you guys, only the people who are actually paying attention get it.
Yeah. Or like the loyal fans, like the loyal traders and
Oh,
who
he
are
says the
hanging
chat
around watching
wants
the
it.
show.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right.
I actually do like how we change it up a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
That keeps you on your toes.
I like the music. I know we did that poll that one day at 58 or 56% of people like the music.
These are all very official. High quality polling here. Only the best.
Yes, researched backed. We have PhD people putting together these stats for us. So the market is just figuring out what it wants to do.
It doesn't want to do goddamn thing is the problem.
I know, right? 393 Tick says, I love my funded TV live. Awesome. Thanks.
Best show in town.
Yes. Agreed. While we are waiting for the market to figure out what the heck it wants to do, chat, drop in some questions for us.
What is this 1-800 need cash now? Is that what we're calling? That's not how the market works. We know that's not how the market works. We want it to. But
yeah, it would be amazing if the market moved in just one straight line.
It is my ATM. I just don't know how much I'm going to get at any given time. And sometimes it just, rakes me over in fees. But fees.
Yeah, in fees. So NASDAQ is hovering around VWAP, just barely beneath it. Lots of overlapping candles here, but the candles were progressively going higher. We'll see what happens in the next 30 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Do you guys see in chat? MyFundedFutures said dropping at 10:20. That's dropping the code, you guys.
What was I going to say? So there should be US-China trade talks underway today.
Oh, okay.
I just saw that headline, but
CJ's laughing. I get so excited, Barbie. I can't help it.
I get excited about the market, though. I don't get excited about the little things. All right, let's see. I'm going to start trailing. Oh, am I going to start trailing this? I want to start trailing this. I'm going to give it just a little smidge. Oh, I just got tagged in on the orb, too. There's a lot going on. Let me switch accounts. I need to be able to create labels or something. Okay. Got that guy working. Still have my other long working in another account. So I guess I want the market to go up. Chat, what do you think? Are you with me? I think Terry, are you still in a short too? So we got a little bit of a mixed bag here.
I know. I am. I'm not liking it. I'm still in it though. I'm in short 5 micros, so it's not going to hurt too bad if it hits my stop. Oh, let's see. I just saw something. Yeah. So who is in long with Barbie? Type in L if you're in long right now. Merlin Graves, green and along, up 350. Congratulations. Jan
Let's
is long.
go.
Jan is long. Chris is long. Ooh, a bunch of you guys are long. Let's go. Good luck. Drew, you're in short with me. Good luck to you. Good luck to me. Ice is short too. Anything can happen. And just a reminder that just because if you lose one trade, it doesn't mean the rest of your day is going to be crap, right? Like, just trade your game, whatever that game is.
So on ES, I'm targeting that recent swing high, kind of because it's right at that level that I was looking at. So on this, my trading chart, you can see is right there at the 40 level, and then I've got the same level on here because that was the level I identified actually last week, but it's what I'm still watching today. So that's where I put my main orders to get out of this ES trade. This is the one I'm kind of itching to trail here. Hopefully we can get over this stuff just a smidge. I would like to get over this opening range to start trailing. Do it, market. Do it. Getting a little ants in my pants over here. It's like this is the New York Open. We should be moving.
I know. This feels more like a Globex Open.
I don't know about that, but the problem with the Globex Opens is I always misjudge because I get so used to this where we can move 20, 30 points. And then I go trade the Globex Open and I'm like, wait, I'm doing all of this for 10 points. But
yeah,
it's still fun.
Sometimes Globex goes through phases where there's a lot of volatility for Globex, and then it goes through phases where it's like watching paint dry. It is a Monday. Antony says it's a Monday. You all chillax. Yes, it is a Monday. A good reminder.
Somebody was asking what are the spaced out lines on my chart, and I can show you that. I think you're talking about. I'll take this one off too because my NASDAQ chart's a little cleaner. I think you mean these, and these are my orb targets. So I don't like drawing the same thing on my chart every day, so I programmed an indicator to do this for me. But the dotted lines are showing me the opening range as it's forming, and then it does the solid lines and throws the targets out. So I have a target that's half the opening range, one opening range, and then there's another one up here that's 1.5. And then I have the same distance on the other side. I also marked the midpoint because I watched that too. So nothing too fancy, just the opening range levels on there.
Corey, the phone trader is in the house. Sorry, Barbie.
I can't draw the same thing every day. Does that drive y'all crazy too?
We like your levels.
Oh, the Globex Open that we're talking about. So we have the regular trading hours in New York where we're sitting here waiting for the 9:30 open and then it closes at 4. The Globex are the international hours. So for futures, we have the open at, well, it's 5 o'clock my time. So 6 Eastern. We have the open for futures, and that's when really Asia gets involved in their market. So there's volume coming in from Asia, and then we have some just globally as well. And that's what we're talking about for Globex Open. I don't know who named it Globex, actually. Now I'm curious. Where did that come from?
Yeah. 393 Ticks asked the question, what would be your best trading advice for someone who can't figure out what they did wrong or what they're doing wrong?
So sometimes I think that we're real focused on doing it right or wrong. And there's in trading, it's kind of a blend of art and science. But if you're So if you're not getting the results that you need, one of my favorite things to do, and I sound like a broken record when I say this, is back testing. Like whatever strategy that you're doing, pick one strategy, focus on it, become an expert on it, back test it. And by that, I mean, you don't have to like sit there and trade over and over and over again, but it is helpful. Just go back and look at the trades and see how things normally behave when that trade triggers. So if you have the conditions for that trade and you would have an entry, just go back and look at previous days to get a feel for how that moves. That helps give a lot of confidence in your plays. But then you also have to realize that you can have a setup that it's A+ setup, checks all 4 or 5 of your boxes or whatever you've got, and it still doesn't work out. And that's what we're talking about when we have the percent times when it doesn't work out. That's your loss rate. And sometimes we forget that there is a loss rate, and you have to let those losses happen just like you let the wins happen. That's a problem too, right? A lot of times we don't let our wins happen the way they're supposed to. But a lot of it is just instead of expecting that you come here and learn how to read charts and then know how to trade is just not the way it works. There's a lot of psychology and planning and figuring out your position sizes and how to manage accounts. And it's not just risk management, it's money management and all of these different layers. So that's why I always recommend to people just strip it down to one setup, become an expert in that setup. And that way, along working through all of the different back testing and forward testing and live testing that you do on that one strategy, you'll kind of start to figure out how to manage the money and how to manage the risk and all of that. And we're learning on the job. It's on job training. So you're learning things through that trade that you're working on. And that's why I always recommend that. Just focus on one thing at a time. You don't have to, if you are an ICT guy and you love all the ICT stuff, don't try to trade every single ICT setup that comes up every single day. Just trade one. If you like the rest of the world's terminology and you just want to focus on market profile for a while, or just focus on the orb trade, or just focus on volume trades or whatever it is, just focus on that and let that be your on the job training for money management, psychology management, and loss management, all of that. I see Burke hyping the TikTok in chat, y'all. We need some TikTok love for Burke. Do it for Burke. I think Terry's super muted right now. Yep.
I was like, pardon? Super what? Oh my gosh. Okay, so TikTok, the official handle for MyFundedFutures is MyFundedFutures official. So make sure you're following the right one. Thomas said I'm an AI screen. Oh my gosh, we're so close to the bounty too, the natural bounty. But remember, a code is dropping at 10:30. Everyone stay on your toes.
And y'all have to thank Magnus for that one.
Magnus. Oh no, TikTok is banned in India.
Johnny,
Johnny,
a problem. We have a lot of folks from India in the chat.
yeah.
Get your VPNs.
I love Samoas. So good. Okay. Let's see. Market
Samoas.
Samoa. Yeah. It's a good it's an appetizer. Maybe I'm pronouncing it incorrectly.
I thought that was a Girl Scout cookie.
Samoa. Did she call Samosa?
There it is.
Yeah,
Samosa.
there it is.
Samosa.
Samosas. Yes.
I was like, those are Girl Scout cookies, Terry. You want some cookies?
I love those too. All right, market is just kind of trading around VWAP right now. NASDAQ has slowly pushed higher, and it is hovering around VWAP. Maybe it goes above, maybe it goes below. We will see. How's the VIX, Barbie?
It's chopping. But that happens when we get real low. Like the VIX is just not real responsive. So, I mean, a VIX that's chopping 19 to 22 is a lot more exciting than a VIX that's chopping between 1520 and 1580 or something. So,
Chopping. Man, I'm kind of wishing I just took the day off from trading. Like, this is, ugh.
Well, I liked the long on ES, and I wish NASDAQ had cooperated, because then I think we would have been done with it by now. But I'm cool. I got my stops at commissions, basically. So now we go.
Merlin says, as Cove Trader, it says market don't go sideways because I need cash now.
Yeah. 1-800-NEED-CASH-NOW, right? We were just talking about that one.
I love that joke. 1-800-NEED-CASH-NOW.
We're not advertising for them. Not affiliated.
Okay, 4 more minutes. Oh, wait. No, isn't the code dropping at 10:30? I thought my
I saw 10:20.
10:20? Okay, 10:20. 4 more minutes, guys.
I'm not doing a countdown for that one, though. Especially not at 4 minutes.
No. Everyone pay attention. It may drop differently than normal. That is my hint.
Come on, market. Go, go, go. We got to see if we can get it before the drop. I don't know if it's going to do that.
Barbie, the market needs to learn to listen to you.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have gotten knocked out of the NASDAQ one if it listened to me. But so this is the ES orb is working over here too. I'm kind of watching on that so I can trail, but we're gonna have to get through VWAP on that one. So I definitely don't want to trail early on that one. This stupid bastard tagged me out, so I'm not in that one anymore, but that's okay. I've got the orb trade going in this account, and then like I've been telling you, I've been trying to organize my accounts a little bit better. I got overwhelmed. So like all these accounts, what am I gonna which ones am I putting in which account? So I've been working on that and getting that figured out. So this account is just my the trades that I like. So I liked this buy down here in kind of the sub 28. My average is I think right at 28. I don't know, it's squished. But that's just me buying levels that I like in this account. So we'll see who does best. I like doing that. I'll kind of, if I have a bot running in one, that's extra fun, because then I see like throughout the week who does better, my trades or the bot. Kind of doing that right now. Whose trades are better, mine or the orb?
Your trades are always better.
Not always. Not always. A lot of the time, so.
Okay, you guys, MyFundedFutures is going to be giving away 15 more accounts, the 50K scale accounts. Make sure you share the stream on X and Instagram and tell us why you love MyFundedFutures.
And TikTok.
And TikTok. Tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV on that for a chance to win a free account. And MyFundedFutures will pick the 15 winners at end of day. Ooh, less than 1 minute, you guys. Code's going to drop. It's going to drop in a different way. Everyone, pay attention. The secret is out.
Looks like Pi's watching time and sales too. My chat keeps lagging and then catching up. But yeah, time and sales is definitely, I like watching it in the morning because you'll kind of see a whole bunch of buys light up a little bit before the chart moves, and you can kind of get in fast like that. But it seems to be slowing down right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just...
Did I miss Walla here? Seriously, my chat like is glitching. What's up, Vala?
Vala's here? I didn't see Vala. Oh, I missed it. Hey, Vala. Oh, there you are. I'm looking. My eyes are like, where is that code? Where is the code?
Terry, you need accounts?
Oh, let's go. Let's go. It's in chat. It's in chat,
there
you guys.
It is.
50 free accounts. But you got to type it in backwards. Let's go.
Oh, that's awesome. No copy paste. I was trying to figure out what that is. And I was like, what?
Let us know if you got one.
I'm not going to read it out. I'm not going to read it out.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody typed it. Mike Extreme is here.
Mike Extreme. I will forever remember your screen name. Remember Mike Extensions? That was the hardest.
Extensions.
That was the hardest I've ever laughed live. I snorted, you guys. I was laughing so hard. Mike Extreme. All right. If you didn't get one of the free accounts, make sure you try and get one in the social media giveaway today. MyFundedFutures is giving away 15 accounts. Share our stream on X and also Instagram. Tag us, tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV, and tell us why you like the show. And you'll have a chance to win a free 50K scale account. Dell, MyFundedFutures is keeping us on our toes. The code was actually in backwards, and it was dropped in chat, keeping us on our toes.
I like that. There's Magnus being creative there. I like that.
I like it too.
Well, now the market is being a little nasty. I got my scratch out on ES on one of the trades. We'll see how the other one goes here. I don't see any news on it yet, but I mean, this is kind of the way the market markets when there's not a lot going on. Because when we look at that candle, I mean, it looks like a big dramatic candle. On ES, it moved. I mean, it dropped down like 5 points or something. We're just not going for that much here.
Jan says this candle drop is Trump.
I don't see it. Yeah, that's what I was watching for. It could be. I mean, the volatility in chief. That's what he should be. He's comedian in chief Sundays. Sundays he's volatility in chief. Man, it literally just tagged me out and then it's gonna go. But you bastard.
It's not cooperating. Byte Logic says Trump
and UK. Yeah, maybe my news feed's delayed today.
Trump and UK Prime Minister talking. All right, we just wait, see what happens.
Everyone wants the Real Housewives of geopolitics, because you just hear some guys go into a phone call and the market's like, oh my gosh. So we got the real Housewives of geopolitics going on too.
They're very dramatic.
You know what it is? What it is, Summit? It's ICT fading my trades. That's what it is.
On the sim environment.
Yeah, he's fading me.
Oh, I said my TP hit lock for the day up $1,500 in the 50K scale account.
He's hunting my stops. I'm in my funded account, so I'm in some sim accounts, but he's definitely hunting my sim stops. For sure.
Congratulations, ICE. Everyone type in W for ICE winning today. Woohoo. Hey, Pine Tree Trader. Pine Tree Trader is in the house.
Bilo, I'm playing with some different feeds right now. That's why I don't know how to answer that question. I have not settled on a news feed data provider because I think they're all okay. So to be determined. I'm working on that though.
ICE asks, what is my TP? It's at about 23,432 and 25 cents about. Yeah. I was just thinking above that 420 amount, and then also
420.
Yes.
I like that number.
It's like a magnet. And also with the gap fill. That's why I put the TP there.
Yeah, the only trade I have still going on right now is the ES orb that's taking some heat, but whatever. This is slow market. We'll see.
It is. Yeah.
The other thing I'm watching though, because that's the caution in the back of my head, is this the time we finally get that retracement? I was in a bunch of SPY calls and I had limit orders on them. That's one of the first things I looked and checked this morning is, am I still in any SPY calls? But it looks like they all tagged out on Friday when I was out. So, because I'm still, I've been waiting for that update, or that, not update, that retrace. I'm still waiting for that retrace. The big one, the one that's going to get everyone on X going, the bubble has burst. Everybody sell, sell, sell. That's the one I want.
That's the one you want to get in long once we have that big dump. Yeah,
dump.
I rolled some 2 out of the money calls on SPX on Friday. So hopefully they're in the money, or not in the money, but hopefully they're going to expire worthless today. We will see.
Somebody was asking, is there any reason why you trade SPY and not SPX? And I do trade both. So I don't not trade SPX. SPX is just more expensive. So if I'm going to be scaling in or scaling out, sometimes it's a lot easier to do that with SPY. But dude, I am like, go look at my trades from a couple years ago. 0 DTE queen. I actually have an old brokerage statement where that entire month I traded nothing but 0 DTE SPX options. So I definitely F with some SPX. It's just there's different. One of the things I love about the S&P is there's so many different ways that you can trade it, and that's with the ES futures, MES futures, SPY. I hold SPY. You can't hold SPX, but you can hold SPY. But then you can trade options on SPY and SPX. And then we can get into all of the really crazy, like 3 times leveraged ETFs and all kinds of crazy stuff. So that's one of my favorite things about it. There's a million different ways to leverage yourself into it.
Yeah. So many different ways to make money. Also to lose money, right? There's double-edged sword.
I saw the other question about VWAP. I'm just watching my time a little bit. I'm not trying to rush, but I'm a little bit. So I do use VWAP for reference a lot, just to kind of see if we're above or below it, but I'll also use it as a target. So sometimes I'll end up, I'm going to take this off for a second. This trade's not doing anything interesting anyway. But if I end up in a situation like this where my next target on ES is way up here, but I get in way down here and I don't have a good place to trim before this wide target, and I want to make sure that I take some profits before I get to a big extended target, then I'll use it as a target or something like that. I always kind of expect it to be a speed bump. And one of the things that one other thing I like to look at is I have my VWAP sandwich. I haven't talked about this in a while. But we've got the full normal VWAP that goes all the way back to the open of the session. And then this dotted one just started at the regular trading hours. And I don't like taking entries between, because price will kind of ping pong between them a lot sometimes. And so I always am aware of that. If I'm going to enter in here, I want my stop to be clear on the other side of one of the VWAPs. I don't want to be messing around too much in the VWAP sandwich.
VWAP sandwich. That makes me want to eat an Oreo.
An Oreo.
Yes. A VWAP sandwich reminds me of an Oreo. I want an Oreo now. Someone asked about your orb trade. We have less than a minute left. On your orb on NQ, why did you get tagged there and not the 945 breakout?
Well, I got tagged when we broke out. I'll just show you. Instead of trying to figure out exactly this little yellow. Well, I guess I got tagged in on this one, but I was tagged in here. Okay, so I was already in here. I moved my stop when we got really close. Not quite, because I was managing multiple things, but I moved my stop when we got really close to this level, because that halfway, one half of the opening range is where I trail my stop to break even. So that's what happened. We got up here, I trailed my stop to break even, and then I got knocked out on this wick here. So that's just the way it happened. Those are the rules I play on it. It's a systematic trade, and I could retake the break, but now it's getting so messy and I'm into some other stuff. And honestly, I have to manage my time a little bit. This we don't talk about this a ton. I'm going to go over time, but I'll do this real quick. We don't just trade, right? We have life. We have other appointments and things we have to manage and things. And so I'm always kind of thinking about, is this trade going to take all day, or am I going to be able to book this by the time I have to leave? And I do have to leave for an appointment in a little bit. And that's another reason I didn't want to get into a slow NASDAQ orb that I'm not going to be able to manage. But Yeah, that's what happened on that one. Is it just I got trailed out? I trailed my stop to break even at the place where I'm supposed to do that, and it hit my break even stop, so I'm out.
All right. Thanks, Barbie. Thoughts before we head out for the day?
Well, it is looking, at least for now, like it's kind of choppy. So until something breaks free, I'm not going to be expecting any big major movement. And I am exercising caution, at least early this week, to kind of see if this is going to be the week we finally get a retrace. We'll see.
All right. Thanks. It's great seeing you, Barbie. We will see you tomorrow morning.
All righty.
All right. Bye. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. Happy Monday. Welcome back to a new week of work.
Yes, I love it. Every week is a fresh week. It's a new chance for us to do good, be good.
Another week, another learning experience.
Yes, exactly. Thanks for all your great advice and encouragement on X.
Yeah, absolutely. How's the account going? Where are we standing at?
So it's going well. I have 300+ days in the books. We only need 2 more days of $100 or more, and then I can request a payout and end this payout drought. I'm hoping we can get a payout for the month of July. We will see what happens. I'm going to not focus too much on that though, right? Like just focus on the process.
One day at a time. Just
Yeah.
keep risk managed at all times and definitely focus on the process. Let the results to be a byproduct of it.
All right. Thanks, Ash. I will give the baton to you and I will see you tomorrow.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, chat.
Hey, good morning, chat. Happy Monday. Welcome back to another new week. Another opportunity to gain more conviction in our business. How's everybody doing today? Happy Monday. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Hopefully everybody got to reset, recharge, and get ready for a new week of work. We got to give each day our undivided attention so that we can continue to focus on the process. I'm going to take a moment here to say good morning to the community. Welcome everybody into my stream, and then we'll get into some information here. So, how's everybody doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Hey, good morning, MyFundedFutures. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Carson. Good morning, Mint. Good morning, Big Candle. Good morning, Tau Trades. Voltron, what's up? No Luck, Pure Skill, good morning. Stephen Kelly, you are correct. We will talk about it in a minute. Good morning, Christian. Good morning, Rez. Good morning, Raphael Trades. Hello, hello, hello. Who's ready for another good week of work? Hopefully everybody had a nice weekend. Hopefully everybody got to reset and recharge. Let's focus on implementing our model and having full and complete control over our risk management. Just going to take a moment here to get us into the right headspace, make sure that we're aligned both mentally and emotionally. Okay, so just make sure you understand that all prior experiences do not determine current experiences. Okay, if you're sitting in some kind of emotional state that you were left in from last week, right? If you took a bad trade last week and it ended in a result that was not favorable, do not carry any of that tilt over into this week. That is what I'm trying to say here. Clean slate, new day, new opportunity. Give every single opportunity the same amount of focus, attention, and do your due diligence every single chance you get. Make sure that you're always managing your risk every single day. Okay? Let's look at information objectively. Okay? Let's not be influenced by any type of prior experiences or current emotions. Let's make sure that we give every single day the due diligence that it deserves. All right, so let's just make sure we're in the right headspace. Let's make sure that we have another good week of work, fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Okay, so good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Hopefully everybody had a nice weekend. Now I'm going to go into some biases, some game planning for the week. That way we understand what we're looking for, trying to efficiently react to current information. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's get out here on the daily. And man, the bulls are just clearly in control. Okay, they just continue to keep grinding higher. We continue to keep making new all-time highs. Every time news comes out, it gets bought up. We're still just pressing higher. It's very clear that ever since April, we've had a very decisive direction. For that reason, I'm going to remain bullish. It is as simple as saying price continues to keep making new all-time highs until something happens very clearly and very decisively on the daily time frame. I'm not willing to short. I'm going to continue to keep being bullish here until price itself proves otherwise. Okay, so another new all-time high overnight here on NQ. Very good job. The news made it gap up here. We had an opening gap from the new weekly open. After we made new all-time highs, price came back to fill the gap. Okay, so now that we're here at the gap, very simple play for today. I'm just looking to see if this area provides any support for continued higher prices. Again, I'm going to remain aligned with the higher time frame order flow until proven otherwise. Right? Whether you want to sit there and say you're longing at all-time highs or not, what I'm most interested in is that bullish momentum. They continue to keep making all-time highs until there's a very clear and decisive change in the state of delivery on the higher time frames. I'm going to remain bullish. Okay, so just do something bullish throughout the session, and that's what we have today. So to explain today's information, I'm simply looking for price to see if it wants to get supported by the gap that happened at the open. Right? So here at New York Open, price ran lower, ran below some lows to fill some more of the gap. After it filled some of the gap, it tried displacing higher to create a bullish change in the state of delivery. Okay, this is also the unicorn model, right? You have all the swing points here. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Right, so I would outline this as the breaker. Right here. And there's also an FVG that's aligned with it. So this is a long for me. This is the model that I trade. But the decision to make here is the risk management. Okay. Let's talk about the logic in terms of how I'm sizing. All right. We are at all-time highs, right? So I'm definitely being more cautious in terms of size here. I don't want to be oversized, right? The time to be oversized was on the way to new all-time highs, right? We wanted to be oversized here. Now that we're in new all-time highs, it's an area to be cautious. I'm not going to change the bias until something on the daily time frame says so. But I am going to consider my risk. Okay. So with that being said, you can see why the position is not here on NQ, right? Because every point in NQ is a lot more risk than MNQ. Right. So if we hop over here on MNQ, now you can see the position. Okay. Still going to remain bullish bias. We had a bullish unicorn here. After we got the bullish unicorn, I decided to go lower size because of the fact that we're at all-time highs. Okay? Very simple, same model, same trade, different risk management because of the logic that we're currently sitting in. Okay? Very simple trade here. We're just looking to see if price can get supported from the opening gap, right? ES had the same exact gap. But this also explains why the trade is not on ES. Because compared to NQ, ES is lagging here, right? NQ is already went and closed above here, whereas ES is just slowly, indecisively chopping away down here. Now, in my opinion, if ES catches a bid here, right, if ES gets a push higher, that's going to allow NQ to move to its target. Okay, so a very simple thesis for today. I just explained to you the logic behind the position sizing, right? We're in all-time highs, longing at all-time highs. The time to be long was during the dip, right? When they were screaming tariffs, when everyone was screaming recession. Now when you go on social media and they're screaming, new all-time highs, new record broken, NQ's never touched 23.5K before. All these new targets are coming out that, ES will go to 7,000. This is the same exact story in terms of media as the recession conversation, right? When you're deeply red and they're screaming maximum fear, that's when you have to be cautious that we're going to turn around. Same thing goes for euphoria. When you're deeply green and all they're screaming is euphoric media, now you have to be cautious that they're going to turn around. Right? So I'm going to wait. I'm going to be objective to price action. I'm going to let that tell me when to actually become bearish. So I'm not bearish, but I'm changing the position size because of the current logic. If you have any questions about that, feel free to throw it in chat. It's very clear in terms of logic and the narrative to it. We're just simply looking for price to get supported from the gap that was created overnight. We got our entry function. That's why we took the position. We took a smaller position because markets are at all-time highs. Okay? So we could still trade the model, but think in terms of risk instead of reward. You don't see me getting overly euphoric here, hopping into 10, 20 contracts on NQ. No, we're going the other way, sizing down, not up. So always think in terms of risk, not reward. Okay? So if you want to go over any questions or any information about that, if there's anything regarding that analysis, feel free. If there isn't any questions, we can watch the position and see what occurs. Right? For me, it's either take profit or stop loss. Right? So I'm either looking for invalidation or validation. Plain and simple. Okay, so that explains why after we got the entry, price came down, almost stopped us out, but we're still in the position because the justifications to our actions are take profit or stop loss. This doesn't mean anything to me, right? Because it didn't provide a result. Doesn't matter how deep red you are in your position. If you set a game plan, you are to follow the game plan. You do your due diligence before the risk is taken. You have to accept the risk so that you can allow the probabilities to play out. So do all of your due diligence before any buttons are pressed. Make sure you can accept the risk before the risk is taken. If you cannot accept the risk, don't take the trade at all. Plain and simple. Okay? Now, also, you have to understand there's a little disclaimer here. This is my trading journey. Okay? So I'm publicly sharing my trading journey with you. This is not a signal service. Okay? This can fail. This can work. I don't know what the result will be. You are to accept your risk. You are to determine your own risk. You should not follow anybody else. Okay, you are to make all the decisions on your own. You are to take full and complete responsibility of your own positions. Okay, so any of your results, I will not determine that. Just because I'm publicly sharing my journey, you should not be blindly following me. Okay, this is not financial advice. I'm simply just publicly showing you my trading business. That's all this is. Okay, this is not a signal service. You determine your own risk management and you choose all of your own decisions. I will not be liable for your decisions. Okay? So we'll wait and watch. We'll see what happens to this position. We can go over questions and comments about it. We could also get our weekly analysis done for our other pairs as we wait and watch. I'll give it a minute so that chat can have a chance to ask any questions. We'll start with that. Throw any questions or information in chat if any of that analysis needs a further explanation or if you want to talk about the position. While you're at it, if you find any value from the information, do us a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, turn notifications on. We're going live every single week. We continue to keep talking about this trading business here. We continue to keep providing value every single chance we can get. So if you find any value in that, do us a favor and sub to the channel while also liking the video. All right, and I'll hop over to chat so we can get through some questions and answers as well. Why take that trade if there's no FVG? The trade was based upon this information right here. There is an FVG on NQ. I chose the different position sizing because of the logic that we're dealing with. So here's the trade, and here's the FVG. Okay, take a look at NQ, and you can see there was an FVG right here between these 15-minute candles. I simply needed to position size accordingly. So there is an FVG. Don't know how to handle opening gaps? It's the same way as any other imbalance. So any kind of FVG, these things are used the same way, right? Use it as what price is reaching for or a form of support and resistance. This morning, I'm using it as a form of support. I'm looking to see if price can get supported by the opening gap. Very good question. You don't think the new week opening gap will get filled for now? I don't know whether it will or won't get filled. That's the point of when I say accept the risk before the risk is taken. I'm not going to sit here and act like I can tell the future. All I can do is determine when I want to risk. If I accept that risk, I'll take the trade. If I cannot accept that risk, I won't take the trade. But once the trade is taken, that's when we allow the probabilities to play out. I can't sit here and tell you that price is guaranteed to go here just because we're long. No, we can't tell the future. Okay. We can simply do our due diligence leading up to the position. And then you have to allow the probabilities to play out. I've fully accepted already the fact that this can lose. And if this loses, I've accepted that loss. For me, it's either stop loss or take profit. So you can clearly see the target because we have our TP here. So we'll see if they want to go and reach for new all-time highs once again. Ash, what do you think about trading with astrology? I don't know anything about astrology, so I'll have to defer to somebody else for that. But however you want to trade is completely fine with you. There is no perfect way to trade. So however you want to trade, the only thing that matters is whether you're green or red. Okay, so if you're using astrology to trade and you're green, then that's the overall goal here. Today is one of those days where patience is key. Yeah, there really hasn't been any movement so far this morning. Pretty lethargic price action. We've just been chopping inside this range here. Okay. There hasn't been a real move so far today. So we'll just wait and see. Patience is truly a virtue. We'll wait and see what happens. So any questions, any information, anything you'd like to go over during the segment? Hello and have a great week of trading. Thank you for the kind comments. I hope you have a great week as well. Ash, are you sitting or standing today? We are sitting today. Everybody needs to get an electric desk. The sit-stand desks are absolutely vital. Sometimes we're standing, sometimes we're sitting. Just like sometimes the giveaways will be scheduled, sometimes the giveaways will be surprises. Ash, how do you tackle the week of trading with this many news events? All right, so anybody that's been working with me knows that Wednesday to Friday of non-farm payroll week, that's a time to de-risk, okay? Non-farm payroll is one of our most vital news events. Between CPI and non-farm payroll, price normally moves the most during those news releases compared to other news releases, okay? So knowing that there's more volatility during that time, we know that NFP is the first Friday of every single month. Okay, so you have a decision to make as a risk manager. Do you want to think in terms of risk or reward? If you know that it's going to be more volatile during those times, is that a better or worse time to get something right or wrong? You determine that. For myself, since that's one of the most volatile times, I'd rather think in terms of risk instead of reward. Okay, so I'm not overly aggressive during that time. I'd rather be more patient and selective during that time. Monday and Tuesday leading up to NFP, you can see what's happening here. We're already in a trade. So we're in a trade that's lower size, right? We're choosing risk over reward by being at a smaller size because of this logic. Ash, if MNQ didn't make the setup, but NQ made the setup, would you still take it? It's right here on the screen. I think that one's already answered because it's currently what's being streamed. Right, this is MNQ. This is NQ. The trade was taken as shown right here. Ash, what's the RR on this trade? I'll put the position indicator tool here. You can see that it's less than 2R. About a 1R trade. Once again, we're at all-time highs. Okay, same exact reason for being smaller size. Right, the time to be longing is during the dip, not during all-time highs. So notice how much lowered the expectations are. Notice the position size. Notice the target. All expectations are lowered. The move higher has been, it already occurred. We're just slowly continuing to grind higher. And because of that, I'm not willing to become bearish yet. But expectations have been adjusted and position sizing has been too because of it. How do you get your bias? I go on the daily time frame. I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. I want to be bullish when price is currently located below a swing low or inside of a bullish FVG. I want to be bearish when price is located above a swing high or inside of a bearish FVG. That's how I determine bias. Hi, Ash. What do you think about the 15-minute bearish SMT? Once again, you could see it right here. I'm in a long position. I think that speaks for itself. I'm not looking at that bearish SMT. I'm looking for higher prices. Position speaks for itself there. Ash, I'm scared. I'm in longs. If you feel anything about your position, then you're either oversized or you don't have enough experience. You shouldn't feel anything. Price doesn't care about how you feel. You should completely detach all of your emotions from trading. Price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. So if you're feeling emotions about your trade, then you either need to gain more experience or go lower size. Right? Like if this being a loss is going to change the way you think, feel, trade, if it's going to change anything about your day, about your trading business, then you're either oversized or you need to gain more conviction. Once again, detach your identity from any outcome. Ash, do you think there will be a retrace into more of the gap before we go higher? Take a look at this position. Do you think if we retrace more into this gap, if that's what I'm looking for? Again, it's pretty self-explanatory here. This is my entry. This is my stop loss. This is my take profit, right? So since I got into a long, I'm looking for higher prices. If price were to fill the gap more, then I would get stopped out. So it's I don't know how else to say it. Maybe I'm not communicating very clearly, but I'm looking for higher prices. This would be my take profit. This is where I entered. This is where I would lose. Any other questions? Any other information? What else would you guys like to go over during my segment? Feel free to ask any type of questions. I'm just here to mention the piano. Thank you, Jan. W in chat for Jan for smashing the over on the piano comment. I appreciate that. W Jan. What resources did you use to learn trading? Right here. Spend more time with the market. Okay. Show up to the session where you're capable of having undivided attention to focusing on price action. Then sit there for your session, collecting information day in and day out. The market is the resource, right? When you see information that you can identify and you know how to use, that's how you learn how to trade. Okay? This should be your main resource. You should be showing up to the same session each day. Ash, what truck? Raptor, Ram, or Shelby? I'm definitely taking the Raptor. I don't have one yet. I have a Chevy Silverado right now. So when the time comes, we will definitely be getting a Raptor. 100%. Can you please mark the breaker in the FVG? Yep, it's right here. So this is the reason for the setup. This is a bullish breaker right here. You got the FVG right here as well. So that's what I'm looking at this morning. Am I a farmer? No, the only thing that I farm is NQ and ES. Just trying to farm new positions every single day. No, I'm not a farmer though. We didn't close above the breaker. Yeah, so you can see how it's a bit premature there, right? In terms of confirmations. We just barely didn't close above the breaker, right? So just like everybody else, nobody is perfect, right? Just because I didn't have the perfect position today doesn't determine anything. There will be many times where I make mistakes too, okay? I'm a human. I'm a normal everyday trader just like everybody else here. Why didn't I take the trade on the 5-minute unicorn? Because I have the trade here on the 15-minute. This is the trade I took. Ash, do you trade soy? No, I've never traded soy. ES and NQ hold almost all of my positions. There have been a couple times that I've traded oil, but that's about it. Give me 2 seconds. Just going to take a quick sip of water. As I do, feel free to throw any type of questions or information in the chat. We're currently going over any type of questions about this trading business as we're watching this long on MNQ. Thank you for your patience. In general, we should have body candle closure above the breaker. That is correct, right? So that would be one of the mistakes that I would point out during my documentation later on today, right? Getting in prematurely, missing the candle closure above the breaker, right? That's something that will be in the documentation. Absolutely. In terms of things to analyze, things to get better, things to learn from. Yeah, anytime. Feel free to throw any type of questions or information into the chat. We're going to continue to keep working and learning relentlessly every single week. You don't get payouts? You should just check my Twitter feed. I've been posting all of the results to my live account there. We had a 10K live account. We've seen 12K of withdrawals from it. If you followed along on the Twitter feed, you'd see that there. Quite consistent on the payouts there with the live account ever since it's been started. Do you think it's still bullish? Once again, all due diligence is completed before you press any buttons. Once you press any buttons, all control goes out the window. That's why you have to allow probabilities to play out. There's a random distribution of probabilities. There's nothing that's guaranteed to work. Any type of information could fail. This is why we accept the risk before the risk is taken. Once the risk is taken, then we allow price to do whatever it wants to do. So I don't know if we'll go to the highs. I have no clue. I cannot tell the future. This is why I choose risk management. Since I can't tell the future, I've decided to go lower size so that if I'm wrong, it does not burn the account. The amount of risk from here to here is an amount that I'm willing to lose today. Therefore, I've taken the risk. So we'll wait and see. We'll be patient. to see if we go higher or if we go lower. I have no clue what will happen after this. If you're finding any value from the community, from all the streams, from all the giveaways that we do here, from all the expert hosts that we have, all the trades that we talk about, do us a favor, sub to the channel, like the stream, turn notifications on. We continue to do this every single week. What other pairs do you trade? I don't really focus on currencies. Okay, like EU, GU, Dixie. I don't trade those. My trades are right here on ES and NQ. Almost all of my trades occur on NQ. There's some of the time that my trades occur on ES, and a very minimal amount of time I've taken trades on oil. So I focus mainly on NQ. Ash, do you cry after a loss? No, I don't cry after a loss or a win. There is no emotion to have there. Why can't I participate in chat? You have to be, I believe chat is sub-only mode. So you have to sub to the channel. That way you can participate in chat. Do you use Dixie as a confluence to NQ or ES? Dixie is inversely correlated to NQ and ES. Okay, so it should be moving in the opposite direction as NQ or ES. But the confluence between NQ and ES is not something that is a priority in terms of my analysis. Yes, there's an inverse correlation there, but no, that is not what makes me make decisions. Ash, this trade offers less than 1 to 2R. Yep, once again, that is why I've position sized accordingly. For that exact reason. Stick around for Tom? Absolutely. Tom's coming up next. Tom does an insane amount of value every single time he shows up to the stream. I highly suggest you stick around for Tom's segment as well. Matt also is a phenomenal host. I really appreciate his time as well. The amount of value that he provides every single week is incredible. So thank you to all the other hosts as well. Thank you to MyFundedFutures as well for getting all this value, having this community, doing all these giveaways. I'm very appreciative of being around other like-minded professionals. So once again, feel free to throw any types of questions or information in the chat. We're going over anything to do with this trading business as we watch this long on MNQ. Chat, I think we know what that means. Let's see. 50 free resets using code VHSRAVE50. 50 free resets, chat. Code VHSRAVE50. 50 free resets, chat. Who's getting one? Happy Monday, surprise. Throw a W in chat if you got one of the giveaways. Throw a W in chat if you got one of the giveaways. Amazing. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. The amount of value that is provided every single day is absolutely incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. W's in chat for anybody that got any of the giveaways. Congratulations. So once again, feel free to throw any type of questions or comments into chat. We'll go over anything to do with this trading business. I got another 19 minutes here during my segment. So far, NQ, nothing going on here. We've been in drawdown on this position, but for me, it's stop loss or take profit. So the drawdown doesn't mean much to me. The only results that mean anything is a stop loss or a take profit. So anything in between those two things, I'll continue to keep waiting. Allow price to do whatever it wants to do because the risk has been fully accepted. Once again, another disclaimer. You have to understand this is not a signal service. This is not financial advice. I will not take responsibility for any of your results. All I'm doing is publicly sharing my trading business. So please understand that you have to accept your risk. You have to take full responsibility of it. Okay? This is not financial advice. All I'm doing is publicly sharing my trading business. Okay, this is how I document my business. This is how I learn. This is how I record things, my logic, my trades, my information. That way I can go back at another point in time and learn from it. Okay, so make sure you fully accept your own risk. Make sure you always make your own decisions. And that's why we're all here. Because when you develop the skill that can produce an income, that's something that nobody could take away from you. That's what freedom sounds like. If you can find a way to develop an edge in this market, then you have a skill that produces an income where all you need is internet and electric. So I guess the only thing we really rely on is internet and electric. But develop the skill, obtain the muscle memory so you know how to execute in these markets. So any questions, any information, feel free to throw it in chat. Congratulations for the winners of the giveaway. Got another 17 minutes here during my segment. Definitely stick around for Tom and Matt's segment as well. What time frame is best for the unicorn model? There is no one best time frame. Again, stop trying to look for the holy grail. Stop looking for the perfect setup. In my opinion, I really don't believe in perfection. Okay? Anything has the opportunity of failing. Any model, any trade, any time frame, everything has the same chance of failing. Notice how I always talk about the risk, not the reward, because that's what you have to accept. You have to accept that anything could fail. There is nothing that is perfect. Once you choose risk management over euphoria, that's when you're going to start to make progress in this business. Think in terms of risk, not reward. There is no one best time frame. You can trade the 1 minute, you can trade the 5 minute, you can trade the 15 minute, the hourly. They could all fail. So still nothing to do here. Position is just sitting in drawdown. Price really hasn't chose a direction yet. We had to move lower into the new week opening gap, but that was the only real move so far this morning. So we're just waiting. We're being patient and we're watching. Matt, is there a time where you cut the trade regardless of the outcome? Yeah, you're not allowed to hold trades overnight at MyFundedFutures. So they have to be closed manually, no matter the outcome, before the market closes. Now, if I have some other kind of responsibility, right? If my wife calls me with an emergency and I have to leave the office, I'm manually closing the position. Now, for all the people that sit there and say, oh, but you do set it or forget it, you have to understand that there are chances that orders don't get filled. So it doesn't matter if you set it or forget it. You still need to be there to manage your position. Okay, so anytime you have real life circumstances, anytime the market closes, those would be times to manually close positions, no matter the outcome. The wife is an unscheduled red folder news event. Yes. Life lesson for today is the wife is always right. So if the wife asks you to do something, you say yes. That's today's life lesson. How would you trade a $2,500 live account? The same exact way that I would trade my current live account. Right? Divide your drawdown by 10. And when I say drawdown, if it's a live account, right, the amount of money that you're going to put into the account should be the amount of money that you're willing to lose, right? That's where you do your risk management, your maximum drawdown. The money that you're even willing to lose, you need to be able to take a lighter and burn it and not feel a thing. That's what risk management is. The money you set for your business is meant to be used for your business. That needs to be a comfortable amount where it does not change your daily life. Okay, so in terms of managing your risk, you do that starting the account. Okay, don't even start an account if you're not willing to risk. When you do start an account, make sure it's an amount that you're okay with losing. Okay, so process remains the same. Results are a byproduct. So we got another 12 minutes during my segment. NQ looking like it may head lower here. So we'll get back over to the position, make sure orders are filled if we do want to go down there to invalidation. We'll watch this for the rest of my segment. While we're watching it, feel free to throw any type of questions or information in the chat. Ash, according to NQ, it is falling and I am shorting it. Congratulations. Very good job. Hopefully you're into profit. So, once again, we'll just wait and see. Wait to see what kind of result comes from the position. Again, if you're finding any value from any of the trades, any of the hosts, any of the giveaways, hit the sub button, turn notifications on, while also liking the video. And there you have it, chat. There's your result to the position. Notice how I'm canceling the TP, okay? Managing the risk. You do not want to leave orders on the chart, okay? That's what a stop loss looks like, okay? Notice how we're still remaining objective to the information. There's no feelings to have here, okay? Since today was a loss, maybe today's lesson should be how to deal with losers. Okay. Notice that I went onto MNQ to position size accordingly so that I can accept the risk. Since I accept the risk before the risk is taken, this stop loss doesn't mean anything to me. It's just another data point. Okay. So the result to the position doesn't induce any type of emotion, right? If you're getting the feeling of, oh, I need to make that money back now that you just took a losing trade, that's the type of logic, that's the type of feeling that's going to burn accounts. You're going to blow up accounts thinking that you need to instantly go right back in trying to make that money back that you just lost. That's not accepting the risk. Okay, that's not being a risk manager. If you're going to be induced by emotions, this is going to be a very hard business. Okay. If you trade emotionally, that's where you're going to have very volatile results. Right. So just like any other day, whether it's a winning trade or a losing trade, document what happened, then head out to the gym. Get away from the charts, focus on other businesses, focus on health, focus on managing your risk. Go right back to being patient. Go right back to analyzing probabilities. Do not fall into any type of impulsion of needing to make that money back. It's okay to have losers. You have to fail forward. You have to learn from your mistakes. Okay? Don't let your mistakes define you. Okay? Every single opportunity is a learning experience, no matter the outcome. So, congratulations to the Bears for all the individuals that were shorting it. We finally got a move lower there. So it looks like the Bears were able to capture some green this morning while that long got stopped out. So once again, think in terms of risk, not reward. If you've gotten stopped out on that position, just move back to the sideline. Go right back to being patient. That's the information I have for today. I got another 8 minutes during my segment, so feel free to throw any questions or information in chat. Looks like for whoever was asking about the rest of the gap fill, right? It looks like we did get the rest of the gap fill there. We can head back over to NQ now that that position has been completed. Looks like we got the rest of the gap fill there for NQ. So I forgot who asked that earlier, but there's your gap fill. Do you recommend staying away from no news Mondays? I approach every single trading day the same. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Show up to my session, being objective to price. If I'm willing to accept risk, then I'll take the risk. If I'm not willing to accept the risk, I will not take any risk. So fall in love with the justifications to your actions. Fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct of it. So, chat, anything else for my segment? We got another 5 minutes here before we hand the mic over to Tom. I really like your risk management. Very informative and reassuring. Thank you for the kind comment. Risk management is the #1 priority at all times. In trading, in life, in other businesses, right? This is the same exact reason why I go to the gym after my segment. I'm managing my risk there in terms of my health. Same thing with every morning. I show up to my hunting hours to manage my risk within my day trading business. Right? So risk management is across daily life for myself. Same thing goes with, the food that I cook for dinner, right? I make sure that I cook majority of the nights to, once again, manage my risk within my health. So it's a way of life. Got to have good logic, got to have good perspective, got to stay level-headed, got to be objective to the information. You might want to notice the size, right? So for the individuals that are not capable of choosing risk management over their feelings or their emotions, it's got to be because of the size. People want to get to a result in a quicker timeline than they should. So that unrealistic expectation of having a quicker timeline is usually what forces people to go to a larger size, right? You want to make, just using random numbers, you want to make $1,000 today, right? So you've just put an unrealistic expectation on yourself, forcing some type of result. Instead of saying, what am I willing to lose today? Right? If you're only willing to lose $150 today, then 2R of $150 is not going to be a plus $1,000 day. Right? Fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Think in terms of risk instead of reward. Very good example of risk management today. You also have to understand that losing is inevitable in this business. Okay, another very unrealistic expectation is thinking that you're going to win all the time. And I've shared that with my live account with you all here. A 50% win rate with a 1 to 2 risk to reward, in my opinion, that's realistic. I've shared those statistics in my live account with my time with you here. Thinking that you need a 95% win rate, a 90% win rate, an 85% win rate, that's going to be harder to achieve in one of the hardest businesses there are to run. So if you know that there's going to be losers, that it's inevitable, they're going to happen, how can we most efficiently fail forward? Being at the correct size, right? Correct size in terms of position sizing, having multiple sources of income. We spoke about that many times. Okay. Always choose risk management over any type of emotion, any type of thought. Don't be influenced by thoughts and choose risk management first. Very good conversation today, chat. Very excited to get back on here with you guys. Another week, another opportunity to gain more conviction in our business. Let's continue to keep showing up every single day, providing our undivided attention to our business. Any last questions? I got another minute before we hand over the mic to Tom. Any last comments or questions? Thank you, Ash. Thank you as well. Once again, thank you to MyFundedFutures. Thank you to chat. Thank you to all the other hosts. I'm really appreciative of being around other like-minded professionals, getting to share these experiences, getting to go over this information. It's really building a lot of muscle memory. The repetition is key. So let's continue to keep working and learning every single chance we can get. Thank you as well for being here. I really appreciate chat as well. So, looks like Tom's segment is coming up. Thank you once again, everybody. I hope everybody has a phenomenal Monday. I will see you all on my next segment, and let's welcome Tom up onto stage. Have a nice day, everyone.
We're here. Hey, we just arrived on time. Ash, it was, again, an awesome session. I really enjoyed listening in. Welcome to the welcome, everybody. First of all, hello to the mods and the hosts of MyFunded TV, and hello to chat. Good to see everybody. Hey, again, special thanks and W's in the chat for Ash for sharing all this super valuable lessons. Whew, man, what a day, right? Perfect price action, right? Right? Wink. I'm trying to wink. I know you guys don't see it, but awesome price action. 10 out of 10. Good to be here again. What a day. And obviously, after I shorted no, I did not. I shorted here in the London session. Maybe I am the Enigma. No, actually, the truth is there is a glitch in the matrix, and I know the code. I see it now. I'm exactly at the position when Neo got shot by Agent Smith. I stand up, I see the chart, I already see everything. So, no, actually, this happened in the London session. If you guys want to follow what we're cooking in the London session, you need to join the channel. Again, good to be back. After the weekends, to recharge. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Recharge. I was at the beach, by the way. Really, true story. So, absolutely recharged. I had to take a power nap, by the way. I need those power naps every day. Cooking again, of course. That's what we do. So many things to talk about. I hope everybody's in the green. I hope everybody made lots of profit in this beautiful A++ price action, right? A++. I mean, look at this, man. I mean, sorry, I'm just a little carried away because to be real serious here, this is one of the ugliest price action I've seen so far. There was a couple this year, but this is definitely made it to the top, somewhere at the top of the list. So anyway, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Oh yeah, so we definitely repriced the gap now. You got cooked today, Green. Oh yeah, it happens. Yeah, exactly. You gotta stick around. Nobody knows what's gonna happen. Actually, MyFunded TV is full of mysteries. Sometimes we get codes. Sometimes there's something else. Sometimes I don't know. Don't worry, we're not gonna do anything crazy, but always stick around. That's what I say. I do have some excellent topics for today. To spice up the energy. But if you actually maybe you're a little bit cooked by this AM session or so far today during the London session, don't worry. We have the whole week ahead of us. We have lots of news events. Hopefully, we will have some volatility. But here, this one, red flag, obviously. Stick around. Very ugly price action, indeed. No matter what. Yeah, I mean, you don't see this kind of free stuff anywhere. Like, this is just amazing what MyFunded TV puts into the jam here. Okay. And by the way, push the like, subscribe to the channel, drop everything. Okay. I don't care if you're cooking in the kitchen, if you're fixing your car and you're watching the stream on your phone, or I hope you're not driving. But if you're driving, just pull over somewhere, okay, and just push that like button. All right, that's the job. Now, let's start this. Let's start with some technicals. It's gonna be a short story, I promise you that. Obviously, we went up there, made the history. We always making history here every day. Part of history. How does it feel like to be a part of history, making new highs every single day? So I agree. Terrible price action. That's why I said. I was just kind of trolling here. Definitely one of the ugliest AM sessions I've seen so far this year. I mean, we had a couple of them, I know, but okay. So we made a new historical high in the London session. The idea behind this, and we took this trade live on stream, is that there was a liquidity void on the 5-minute chart. Now, I zoomed in on the 5-minute. I just wanted to show you this because it's also another example of why actually waiting for the proper trade setup can actually make a huge difference, especially on the 5-minute chart. Now, on the 1-minute, especially these days, can get you to a big trouble. But liquidity void, I'm going to be real quick on this one. Speaking of liquidity voids, I zoomed in on the 5-minute chart right here. This candle is at 0.45 and 50. So 45 minutes after midnight Eastern Standard Time. As you can see here, there is a few ticks. How much? 2 ticks maybe? Anyway, it is visible on the 5-minute. And since we're in the London session, we can use it as potential targets alongside with the fair value gaps. And obviously, we did have, I don't know, there was a zone somewhere, but that doesn't really matter. All we were looking for, I mean, there was no, absolutely no No sellers, no buyers showed up here. The next candle with no wick just immediately started to push higher. And so that's why we call this liquidity void. Now, price really likes these areas, especially the higher time frame you get it. It's almost like the new week or new day opening gap, right? Basically, that's what we're talking about. But since this is intraday, intra-session, I would say so, and especially in London, you can also use this as potential targets. Now, what happened here, we made a new high, obviously market structure shift, retracement back into the 5-minute fair value gap. And if you put the FIB tool here, well, it's not the perfect entry. I think we took it somewhere here around 572-ish. I was a little bit aggressive on this one, but I took this on this fair value gap, and I just started to short all the way down to that liquidity void. I was actually getting the question like, am I utilizing liquidity? How many trades did I take? On the funded accounts, I took one, and that was my only trade. And after the 9:30 open, I tried to go crazy on some evaluation accounts. More or less ended up in the green, especially after I closed my stream. I was trading hindsight, but that's a secret. And so nothing else on the funded accounts, nothing. I was just watching this on the sidelines. But anyway, what I wanted to show you guys that this is also a good example how to utilize the 5-minute 2022 entry. All right, so that was quite good. Yeah, there was one zone down there. I wanted to show you guys this too. There was one zone that we talked about on the 1-minute chart. Sorry, I need to show this. It happened Sunday 7:16 p.m. Picked up a fair value gap, this bearish candle, and then pushed higher. It was a very strong push, and obviously that was also like a good target for the runners. If someone maybe have left some runners on, that was also a good target starting around 5:23. But never mind. I don't want to switch too much between the charts. The 9:30 open was absolutely a disaster. First, I just wanted to wait for like 5 or 10 minutes to see what's going on. But then after seeing all that, let's just say not too good price action, I was like, okay, not touching the funded accounts. Also, that's why it's important to wait for the first 5 to 10 minutes. Or that's why it's important not just to have those check marks regarding your trade setup, but you also need to see the context. You also need to see the bigger picture. You also need to check which times, which kind of price action is the one that you are not trading. Even if you're trading it, you definitely have to size it down. Okay. Super important. Anyway, what I want to say is now that we repriced everything, if we go to the 15-minute time frame, basically nothing here. One more level that's left, by the way, and that's going to be higher. So nothing on the 15-minute. Here's the 1-hour time frame. Still nothing on the 1-hour time frame here. Absolutely nothing. Not even if I look back to the left here. Nothing on the downside. And absolutely nothing on the upside. The only target I see that could be utilized for an intraday target, and let me delete this entry here, is this zone up here that I do like. Bullish candles, that was actually the zone that we used. That was actually, for the short. So this is the only level that I kind of see as a possible target right there. So let's just say like 5-minute supply zone. All right, let's just go with this 5-minute supply zone. Starting from there. Now, I'm not saying to jump into a long position, right? I'm not saying that. But I do have a plan. So what's the game plan? The game plan could be or would be if the 5-minute, at least, because the 1-minute is a trap. Absolutely. If we would shift somewhere, let me get this off here. Okay. So if there would be a shift somewhere above like the 500 level, Wow, that was a nice test of the level here. So if we would shift with the displacement somewhere above the 500, maybe, and that's a big maybe, but maybe, we could be looking for a possible scenario like this. So that's a possible plan I would trade. And this is based on the 5-minute charts. Hey, movie head, what's up? So that's the only plan I've got for today. Nothing for the downside. I am not going to jump into a short position 100 billion%. If price would do something like this, then maybe, but I guess we have to wait for the PM session. How far is this, by the way? Even if so far we are at 80 points away. If we would shift that 500 level, we still 60 points is doable, even in the PM session. Navab, good to see you. So, Hugo, you heard the full port. If I say full port, there's a special sign, and I'm gonna be, like shouting out super loud when there's a full port session. Okay, but it's not gonna be now. So it's not going to be happening in this session for sure. New full port. Actually, there's a interesting strategy behind this. If you full port everything on Monday, you can still recover until Friday. How about that? Right? You're basically going to work all week just to recover from your losses if you can. Full port Monday, and then you recover until Friday, and you're going to full port again on Friday. The cycle continues. That's also a strategy. I don't know where it takes us, but that's also something we can try. Oh, let's push the likes, everybody. I don't know if there's a bounty, but push it. All right. Yeah, no, not something like that, Dylan. Obviously, I'm just going crazy a little bit here, but really, there was just nothing to trade here in this AM session. Absolutely nothing. I wanted to jump into a short to get the new week opening gap low. I was fooling around with some evals here in this. I don't even know what to call this, spaghetti, or I don't know what barcode, whatever it is. So now that the price or the market actually did the job, that's the path I'm choosing to go with. And obviously, we are waiting for the trade to come to us. That's the goal. All right. Look at 530. What's happening there? 530. There's a swing high. I like it. Is that an order block? Almost, depending on which time frame. But I do like that high, definitely. So 500, then 530 could be a good area. Raise the likes, everybody. Relative equal highs. Sorry. Relative equal highs up there. Let's put it there. Awesome. So we have relative equal highs. We have some nice 500 level. Why not just break? There is liquidity up there, I assume. I think there has to be some liquidity. Okay, anyway, let's talk about how to full port the accounts on every single day. No, don't worry. We're going to talk about something else. Let's push those likes, all right? Okay, so first of all, 2 topics for today. Very important. I told you guys we are going to talk about basically the same mindset game every week. That's what we're here for. This time of the day is not specifically giving us the best opportunities to trade. Sometimes I feel like, man, I wish I could show you guys some trades. Nowadays, especially last week, I take like maybe 1 trade a day or 2. But I'm not really going to force myself into anything here, okay? I can talk about it. All right, Ray. We're going to talk about that too. Triple smash on the like. All right. So I have actually two awesome topics. One is, why don't you need a better system? All you need basically is to stick to the one you've got. So if you already got a system that has some sort of proof of an edge, you don't definitely need a better system. You just need to stick around, like stick with one system that works, and strategy hopping and all that such. Because basically, one of the main mistakes that we do is that we're seeing the new trending thing from ICT. We're seeing some new indicator on social media or whatever, and we're just hopping into the new things all the time. That's what we do, right? Oh, this is the holy grail. I'm just gonna go with that. We need to talk about this. Huge mistake by everybody. Look at this inversion fair value gap, bro, on the 5-minute. Oh yeah, it does look cool. Look at this. Basically, if you guys want to be aggressive, here's your long entry. I know many of you are using the inversion setup. There you go. Here's your inversion gap. Boom. I'm not trading this because I don't have enough data for this. But we're going to study it, okay? We're going to study this gap here. That would be, let's just, I'm still going to wait for a break further up there. If it really goes and it wants to go higher, we definitely need to break that 530 and go higher. Maybe, I guess it could be in the PM session. But anyway, let's go back to the topics. It's certainly a certified way to lose. Yeah, the problem is there's no shift yet, but I do like the inversion here. If there would be a nice proper shift, as I said, at 500, that would be good. Yeah, macro time in about 2 minutes, right? In about 2 minutes, we'll see what happens. But until then, let's just dive into this. Strategy hopping, sticking with one system, very, very important, all right? Actually crucial, all right? So, like, every time a trade goes wrong, because it used to go wrong, some of you may open YouTube or looking for a better setup or looking for a better indicator or looking for what someone else is using. Like, oh, what is he using? I need to use that because I need to go with a better indicator. I need to go with a better system, But the truth is, it's probably, not your system. It's your consistency. Again, back to consistency. We're always talking. I told you guys, we're always going to talk about the main things from different aspects. So most likely it's because of your consistency. Yay. Okay. So before you start to search for the next best thing on YouTube or from some influencers or from some websites, some indicators, whatever it is, before you do that, just review your consistency, because most likely it's not going to be the system you're using. Okay. We're definitely going to wait for the setup. Yeah. So what do I mean by that? Okay. What I always said, that most systems are good and working, but only few traders do. And it's crucial. It's really a mic drop line here, because systems are working, but the traders don't. Now, obviously, I said that just because a system is working for someone else, it's not necessarily going to work for you. And I agree. I'm not saying that just because we have proven history by some people using a trend line system or ICT or whatever is going to suit you the best. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that before you do anything like crossing into another trading system or different entry model, definitely need to review the consistency, okay? Trend following can be a working system. Breakouts or trend lines, whatever, these are all good things. But only if they're followed with discipline and context. We talked about the context last week, right? ICT mastery is in the trade. You have my blessings, and obviously I hope it goes right for you. So let's go. Let's go. What's your highest probable setup that you prefer? It comes from two things. Actually, I need a good target. For example, here, the 5-minute supply zone, and I need the ICT 2022 core entry setup. I need both of these. And if I see the 2022 entry model playing out nicely, so something like this, then that gives me high chance. But also, it does matter, like the time of day does also matter. So I'm not going to take the trade during lunch hour because it's just not. Okay. Highest probability time zones are, I mean, speaking of kill zones, is from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. London session, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. New York kill zone. I like to trade in those zones. Lunch hour is definitely an area where well, maybe if the market is moving like crazy, I jump into a trade, but otherwise not really. Switch to 1 minute. Beautiful. Let's go. There was the ICT entry, by the way, on the 1 minute chart right there. Right there. So obviously, those things matter. As I said, context. What time is it throughout the day? What day is it? How is the market looking? What are the key levels that you outlined before you started your trading in the session? So the entry model, Dylan, you can search for it on YouTube. There's so many videos about ICT 2022 entry model. That's the core entry I use, but it's not that simple. Whatever system is that you're using, I also said that you need to understand the context. You need to understand market structure, price action on the higher time frames as well. So definitely need to look at everything. Don't overcomplicate it, obviously, but it's not that simple. If you take every single ICT 2022 entry, you're definitely going to lose everything. So time of day, time and price concepts, market structure, all these things are matter a lot. Okay. So back to the topic. It's really important. So these systems, whatever is that you're using right now, only good if those are followed by discipline and context. Okay. Constantly switching systems means you never build enough data to optimize anything. You're just not going to have enough data. How much time do you need to build up a system? Honestly, in my opinion, man, you're not going to like this number I'm going to say. I think to build up a system, it might going to take a year. Sometimes, you see those articles or some YouTube videos out there that, hey, use this simple system. It takes 5 minutes to learn and you're good to go. You're going to make money. Technically, you can learn it in 5 minutes and you can write down all the check marks. But to apply it in forward testing, especially on your evaluations or funded accounts, maybe, that's a whole different story, right? The decision-making process, especially on a funded account, once you get there, everything is going to change. Everything is going to change, which is the decision-making progress or process. Okay. That's what matters a lot. Also, like, as I said, not enough data if you're switching between those systems. And by enough data, I would say even if you're not backtesting your system that you're learning, you still need to have at least 2 to 4 months at least of forward testing, which means you're not going to switch to any other system at least for like 2 months. At least. You stick with one single system. And by the way, if I don't even understand, some traders are saying that, oh, I just found a new system, I'm going to trade this. Because you like the video about it. That's cool, but did you do some sort of a backtesting before you jump into a funded account with it, or a personal account, or whatever, or a new evaluation account. Before collecting the data but just jumping in because you saw something on social media, that's also something you need to avoid. All right. So, like, imagine trying to master guitar, right, and switching to drums every time you mess up a chord. Like, it's basically almost the same thing. Okay. And why do traders actually are hopping systems? We need to answer that question too. Hey, thanks. Hey there. So, why traders are hopping systems? Emotion after a loss. And basically, these answers are actually simple, but something that you can work on because of your emotions. Like you say, oh, this setup sucks. This is a bad setup. I'm just going to try something else. Or impatience, most likely. I think trading just requires the most. I mean, it's all about patience and discipline. And this would be the main rule of strategy hopping. So impatience, it's taking too long to wait for the setup. As I just said, I had one trade in London session. I haven't even had a trade on any of my funded accounts in the AM session here in New York. Or you might be falling into that so-called comparison trap. Like you're saying, like, that trader is making more because he's using this and that kind of system. Oh, I'm just going to do that too. You're comparing yourself to others because of social media. That's also going to lead you to strategy hopping multiple times even. So many information. So, like, back in the days, first when I encountered with trading, that was back in 2007. I was like 23 years old. There was no Discord. There was no YouTubers, influencers in the space. Everything was completely different. All we had back in those days is like Forex Factory, one of the first trading related forums, out there, and some other forums. That's all there was. No influencers, nothing else. And that was still more than enough because you were still making the same amount of mistakes. Now, what we have today, exponentially more information. And you're just going to second guess yourself. I told you guys that second guessing yourself is the starting point that's going to make you and end you up on a tilt session, right? So anyway, just a second. Anyway, so lots of information nowadays, and that's what's making us changing all these strategies. And another thing, fear of missing out, of course. What if the other strategy works better? You're familiar with this question, right? What if that other strategy is actually better? Maybe, I'm struggling with my system, but that other guy, he's posting every day that he's making money. He's always posting that he's in the green. He's using some kind of a ABCD system. I don't even know what that is, but man, I need to get that system because he's doing it. Okay. So basically that's another version of FOMO. And you just want to jump into the next thing. And what you're doing, you're not reviewing your consistency. You're just jumping into the next best thing. All right. So, but switching after every losing day resets your edge building back to zero. Like, you can only build an edge when you stick to it. And yes, every edge is having not just bad days, bad weeks, sometimes even bad months, most likely the swing trading strategies, I would guess so. But I would say, like, every edge is having losing weeks. Now, like mentally to survive a losing week, that takes a lot. That takes a lot of energy. And you know what? A lot of skill and discipline, especially after a whole week of losing and still sticking with the same strategy. Again, that's also a make you or break you point at the end of the week. If you realize that it was not the strategy, it was you, okay? That's what mostly important. To review, to look back, okay? But anyway, let's just go on with this. What is happening with this? Okay, we're going back down. Oh my God. Don't worry. This is not my trade. It still has not well, it almost went up to, my gosh, it went up to 500. Previous candle was 499.75, went up to 500. Now it's going down again. 3-minute doesn't show anything. There's nothing on the 15-minute. Very interesting. I'm gonna delete this. It's just confusing. So that's why I think that 500 level could be important for later, maybe. All right. All right. So regarding switching strategies, there are some solutions, but you don't need basically a better system. You need more clarity. We talked about the clarity last week as well. You need rules. You need execution. You need patience. Oh, sorry. You need patience. And you need, most importantly, to review your whole week, not just the day, but the whole week. That is definitely something you need to do. Mastery is boring, but profitable. All right. So instead of strategy hopping, I'd say definitely look back and review not just the day. And it's best to do this at the end of the week. Like you can do it on Thursday as well, but Friday, even on the weekend while you're recharging. I used to look back as well. I mean, I used to sit down and look back the charts, like what happened throughout the week. As always, this is when journaling comes into place. But I'm just saying, before you even consider to change your strategy, please at least look back the previous week and review your consistency. All right. I'm actually very curious if you guys can let me know some information. Like, I'm curious, how many systems have you tried this year? Can you guys give me a number? How many systems have you tried this year? 1, 2, 3, 5, 1,000 maybe? I don't know. I'm just curious because I'm still using the exact same system that I started the year with and last year. But one system, still one. Okay. 2. Thank you for the info. Thank you. 1. With a few different strategies. Okay. I mean, if you're still using the same system, that one system, adjusting some minor things, that's still good. Okay. That is still something. Okay. Thank you for the answers. All right. So that means Flip is saying 3. Okay. Okay, so 1 or 2 system. That's actually a good answer. So everybody's coming in with different type of codes here. I see that, but don't worry. Just stick around, all right? So 1 or 2 systems, that's good. Especially, I mean, if you're already at payout level or you received payouts, then you should know that whatever system is that you're using, you're going into somewhat good direction now. Obviously, if you receive payouts, you also have to look back and see how much your business is involving in terms of income. Like, how much are you spending on evaluation accounts or resets, excluding the reset codes here on MyFunded TV, right? But how much you're spending on those accounts and how is your income trading? I mean, from payouts, right? You obviously you need to see that too. How much can you get back from your tuition? Now, obviously, if you're started to go to like at least the break-even level, then that's already indicating you that you're doing something right. Your system, whatever it is that you're using, might only need some minor tweaks here and there. Maybe it doesn't even need to be tweaked at all. Maybe it's just the mindset. So that's a strong indication that you are doing something very right. Okay. Even if you're slightly or somewhat in the negative territory in terms of payouts and expenses, then that also means that you're doing something good, something better. They're starting to hike prices on German cars. Quickly buy some German cars. Definitely. You can still order some cars. Yeah. All right. So that's also an indication for you, okay, that you should not be strategy hopping or just stay with this on the same path, maybe just small minor adjustments. So that's very important. Okay. And what I want to say about this is that you don't need the new system. You need to finally give yours a fair shot, okay? And without reviewing your system, you're just not giving a fair shot. That's the thing. And what I mean by review, it means everything, not just the trades that you take every day, but the business perspective. Like that's why we talked about prop firm trading to be treated as a business. Okay, how much have you spent on expenses so far? How much payout have you been taken? All these answers are going to help you a lot. Okay. How much payouts have you got? If zero payouts, that's all right, but you still can look back for answers. What was the problem? That's why reviewing. Basically, I'm talking about journaling, right? And before hopping into anything else, the next best thing or the holy grail, it's just not existing, right? It's not a thing. It's fugazi, fairy dust. It's not there. Okay. I always say there is no shortcuts in trading. Yes, no shortcuts, but there are some ways and information that if you take seriously, that's definitely gonna speed up the process in finding the proper way. Yeah, fugazi, exactly. So it's a woozy. It's a woozy. It's a fugazi. It's not it's not there. That's basically it. So there's no shortcut, no holy grail, but you need to look back, review. Information is all we have. Collecting the data, backtesting, that's all we have. And we have no control on the market, only risk management. That's who we are. Sometimes, I think I was reading this somewhere. I don't even remember where I was reading this, but I can't remember. But I was reading this that we are basically risk managers. We are not really traders. Kind of an interesting thought process, right? So we're not really trading. We are risk managers. If you look into that a little bit deeper, that's kind of true, because that's the only thing we have control of is risk. All we can take, and actually that was from Mark Douglas, is the educated guess. The educated guess is what we are taking as a trade, but otherwise we have no control. So please do not strategy hop without reviewing. Okay. Anyway, that was about this topic. I still have another one, a shorter one, but I think it was important to talk about. If you guys have questions about this, what is happening here? Oh my gosh. Come on. Okay. Let's go. This was too hard. OMG. Got one. Come on, everybody. This was so awesome. 22 accounts. I just realized. Really, the code gift from Tom? From all my heart, From Hungary with love. Congratulations for the winners. So obvious, right? Easy. Easy. I think some of you guys may have put the question mark there, right? Come on. You can admit it. We're between friends. You can admit that. You put in the question mark, right? You did that. Congratulations. Oh, man. Really, this was, I know. I like this. Super fun and interactive. Yeah, we all do. That's what we're here for, to pump up the energy. What can you do in lunch hour? Eat lunch. Otherwise, what can you do? Watch MyFunded TV. That's why we're here. Congrats again to the winners. Okay, so I think this was very important. Strategy hopping, right? What to avoid, what to do. It always comes back to the same thing. Look back and review. Basically journaling, right? and yeah, I know sometimes it's boring and sometimes it feels like hard work. But when trading feels like work, you're probably doing it right. And that would be the next thing to talk about. When trading feels like work, you're probably doing it right. If your trading doesn't feel exciting today, because let's just face it, this AM session is not too good, that's probably a sign you're finally doing it right. If you're just sitting on the sidelines, you're actually trading. I told you. Like, real trading is boring. And it's a good thing, basically. No adrenaline rush? Good. So don't drink too much coffee and Red Bull during trading, all right? Just a small advice. Information crumb here and there. Don't drink too much coffee and Red Bull. You're going to make not the best decision, let's just say that, okay? So trading is boring. No adrenaline is good. No FOMO, even better. All right? Following the plan, managing risk, journaling, that's the job. That's why we're here. If you're bored, it means you're following a system, not chasing dopamine, right? I know dopamine feels awesome. We want to chase dopamine. We want to full port everything. And no, we're not doing that. We're not full porting. That's not what we're here for. Obviously, the pro accounts are very attractive for full porting, but it's a pricier one. That's why you need to respect the pro accounts more. Okay. Yeah, of course. And it's also basically the entertainment trap, I used to call it. Like, many new traders confuse trading with excitement. Like, oh yeah, I bought my first evaluation account. Let's go, everybody. Or, even worse, new traders are buying the most expensive one without any experience so far or whatever, because, oh man, I'm gonna make money tomorrow. I'm gonna make 10K tomorrow. They think more trades equals more progress, which couldn't be far from reality. More far from reality, actually. Overtrading usually means you're trading for stimulation, not results. You're just looking for that dopamine. You cannot accept the fact that it's going to be boring. If you're trading to feel something, you're not trading to make something. Right? If you're trading to feel something, you're not trading to make something. That's why I was reading somewhere that actually good poker players are very good traders often. Good traders come from professional poker players as well. Because they're, also professional poker players, as far as I know. I don't know too much about professional poker, but those players are also following their edge, following a system. They try to be absolutely clear, no emotions, They don't care about the dopamine. They don't care about the rush or anything. They just want to stay there as chill as possible. No feelings at all. So I think there is a book here. Actually, I started to read this book. This is a Hungarian version, by the way, of poker for dummies, actually, but this is the Hungarian version. And I'm reading this right now, not because I want to be a professional poker player, but I think it's interesting to read regarding to trading, of what similarities are there with poker and trading. Anyway, this was just a small information here. Very interesting read, by the way. Lots of things can be used from poker trading books and mindset wise. Okay. So doing it right actually means that you're waiting more than clicking. So I was waiting a lot last week. Or speaking of journaling, you're basically logging, journaling, reviewing. That's what it takes. That's also part of trading. So that's part of the daily routine as a trader. I got this question a couple of times. What is the daily routine? I would say the daily routine is also part of trading. And that's why sometimes, especially when you have a main business or a main income or a job, it's hard to line up with the next sentence I'm trying to say. But if the goal is to be a full-time trader and make the living from trading payouts, then obviously if you're in that state already, or you want to be in that state financially and emotionally, then being a trader starts from getting out from the bed until you go to sleep. You get out from the bed, do your daily routine, starting from drinking your morning coffee, eating healthy. Trust me, this is very important. I'm trying to do, by the way, I'm going to do a vlog on my channel. If you guys want to follow, subscribe to my YouTube. I'm starting out the new vlog segment on my channel. It's going to be about health, how to stay healthy, and how that reflects onto trading. So I have to go to the gym a lot more. That means new videos are coming, just saying. But anyway, your trading day starts from getting up, doing your morning routine, eating healthy dinner. Eating healthy breakfast, lunch, dinner, drinking whatever is that you drink, vitamins, coffee, but have your daily routine in order. It helps your mind to be in that proper state when you sit down, even to trade the London session or New York session, whatever it is. Okay. That is crucial part of trading. I know you guys might be smiling like, yeah, sure. Yeah, it is really part of trading, because you're already doing the pre-market thing. Like, you're preparing your mindset for those setups. You're preparing your mindset for the charts. And by the time you sit down, your mental state is already in the right place. Obviously, for example, if some IRL stuff, family issues, emotional, financial, whatever kind of issues can come up, and obviously that can have a negative effect on your trading. I would say that should be a part of your. I'm going to study that ICT mastery, definitely. So this definitely should be part of your emotional edge or trading edge setup as well. So when you sit down, it's not just about, let's do the charting. Let's pick the zones. Let's draw out the levels, new week opening gap, relative equal highs, blah, 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 all those levels, whatever it is that you're looking for. You should be also asking yourself, okay, what is happening with me? Am I in a good emotional state? So hopefully, nobody has any kind of struggle to disturb you throughout your session, but that comes part of your trading setup. Context, not just with the markets, but with your surroundings. How you feeling yourself? Oh, look at that. Now there is something happening. Now there might be a displacement. You know what? I might gonna be jumping into a trade on this one, but I have to pick the FIB tool here. I like to use the long position tool sometimes to have a look at that. It's a possible setup here. Okay. Maybe on an evaluation account. Who knows? Maybe on an eval I can take this. I'm going to have a limit order. Oh, this is the 3-minute chart. Hold on. Okay. I was on the 3-minute chart. But maybe I can go aggressive on the 3-minute chart. Why not? Why not be aggressive on a Monday on an evaluation account, right? 2 micro. Do I want to go with 2 micros here? Maybe. Not sure. Switch to 5-minute. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Hold on. Maybe I'm going to... Maybe I am going to put a limit order just around 95.50. 95.50. Do I want to do that? Maybe I'll do it. I put a buy limit at 95.50. Okay. But let's not forget what we were talking about, okay? For old users who have something or not. What? I didn't understand the question. But anyway, gold is pushing higher. All right. So as I was saying, the proper mindset, that's also very crucial, very important. All right. If you're doing it right, obviously, more waiting, more journaling, more reviewing, trading less with precision, obviously, and you're more focused on the process than the outcome, right? That's the thing. And of course, boring means consistent, and consistent gets paid. That's the name of the game, right? We always say that. Consistency is getting you the payouts. So you don't need to see pro traders, firing off 20 trades out of boredom. Sometimes we used to see that. And obviously, there's nothing wrong if you want to go with like 20 trades, but that's not the end goal. By the way, let me check this again. Okay, I got filled into the position. My stop is going to be at 72. Yeah, my stop is going to be 72.50. 72.50. Hold on, 72.50. I'm going to put a sell stop. Yeah, let's see how it goes. We'll see. Super aggressive entry. Don't mind that. Oh, you hit the 53K, but broke consistency rule. Oh, you heard that. All right. Actually, I thought that it's I wanted to put down the anyway. Order filled. Exactly. So what I meant to say is you have a limit at 3 minutes. Okay. Well, my TP would be maybe at relative equal highs up there, which is still a good risk to reward ratio, like 1.38. So no problem with that. Matt is going to be late. No problem. I can stay here as long as you guys want me to be here. And we still haven't finished the previous topic, talking about boredom and consistency, right? Lucky, hey there. Is this your... No, this is basically the second trade. Well, actually, no. I was fooling around with some scalping here at the open, but I took a funded account trade in the London session. So I would say officially this would be my second trade for the day. Very small position. Not a big deal. Hey, thank you, Jay Shine. I don't know. Someone just wrote this. Maybe he's not, but I'll be here. Don't worry. I'll be here to entertain you guys. And we still haven't finished with the previous topics. So, oops. So don't worry. We have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to talk about. No, this is my second. Good stuff. Yeah, my stop is going to be there, but I'm in the trade, basically. So, as I was saying, when trading feels exciting all the time, you're probably losing. I know it sounds weird, but if it's super exciting all the time, you can very well be in the issue or in the negative spiral very, very fast, that you're going to lose. When it feels like work, you're finally treating it like a career or a business, okay? When it feels like work. And that's why also, I mean, you have to measure the expenses, the income part as well. But if you're still didn't go, I mean, you didn't receive a payout yet, I'm in a long position, but only a very small position. I'm kind of looking for these relative equal highs up there. But if it goes lower, so be it. So be it. I don't care. I'm risking about $120 or something. I don't even know. 120, 130-ish. 3 micros is my position. Let's switch to 5-minute and let's see. Here's the entry on the 5-minute. So it's still good. If anyone wants to enter here, it's your thing to do. I am not going to add to anything here. Actually, I don't like this meltdown. And that's why no, 3 micros. My position is 3 micros only. I'm not going to risk more. This is just way too much. So anyway, I hope that you like these topics. We need to talk about this all the time from different aspects. I told you it's important. And so that's why it is, also watching MyFunded TV, for example, being part of a community and talking about somewhat the same subjects every day, every week as a repetitive thing. That's also training your brain muscles there. Definitely helping you to memorize some stuff. Maybe not from my segment, but every host has so many good values here to share. And that's why it's good to be part of a good community. And that's why I love to be here. Such positive vibes all the time, not to mention all the free stuff. So, talking about the same things, not like literally the same sentence every day, but the same subjects from different angles every day, that definitely helps to repeat the process and to memorize what you should do. All right. And also, Mr. Smith, did you make some profit? Let's go. Congratulations. I know. I just want to be humble, guys. I mean, we have so many good. No, really, we have so many good hosts here and lots of value. And so if you have questions, by the way, yeah, let me know. I'm not sure when Matt is going to be around, but I'm definitely can keep you company here as long as you need. So. And yeah, this AM session, don't worry if you lost or if you're just break even. This was one of the ugliest sessions I've seen this year. This was really, really a very ugly session. I didn't like that. So we're just going to see what's going to happen later, obviously. So, always stick around and always listen to the host. Lots of value. And again, what I was saying, being part of a positive-minded community like MyFunded TV is definitely going to, not maybe giving you the shortcut, but to learn a lot of things for free, to get those repetitive things in your mindset that needs to be covered, that needs to be remembered, okay? Especially if you're not that much disciplined right now. Even if you have your edge, you have your setup, And of course, most likely for those of you who are looking for the first payouts, right? That's why it's so important to be a part of the community. My trade doesn't look good, to be honest. So that's what I'm saying. All right. I just want to say thank you, everybody. I think Matt is around. So I just want to thank again for the chat and everybody for the questions, for the topics that you guys replied and everything. And of course, stick around with Matt. He has lots of valuable information as always. So, you know, I just want to thank everybody and anybody. And of course, tomorrow we might be doing some more questions. Who knows? It's up to you. It's up to you. But thank you for the topics. Thank you for everything. I'm just kind of looking at the back end here. But yeah, Matt is around here. So it was my pleasure. I have some good topics for tomorrow as well. Definitely. Mindset is super important. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. So I just want to thank you all again. I'm not sure how the transition is going to go, so I'm just going to say thank you. Goodbye, everyone. Stick around with Matt, and you know, we share all the wisdom that's possible. I don't know what's going to be with this trade, but we'll see. We'll see. This trade is definitely something else. I was hoping for a break, but it is what it is. You guys are welcome. Oh my. The man is here. Let's go.
What's up, guys?
Awesome. Rocket scooter. Oh my God.
What a cool intro song. Wow.
Oh my God.
Guys,
Listen,
let's get some rockets in chat and say, get some W's for Tom.
When you get a special song, for your entry, that means you really made it in life, not just in trading, but you're a huge celebrity. Finally.
My mom will be proud.
Exactly. Welcome, Matt. How's it going?
What's up, buddy? Good. Good.
All
How was
right.
your day? How was your show, man?
Well, we had some good topics, but the market was pretty much boring. I entered to a small long position here, but that's all. I would say we had one of the ugliest AM session, in my opinion, but who knows? That's what I think. Yeah. All right, chat. I just want to say goodbye. Stick around with Matt. And Matt, I wish you a great segment, great session, and see you tomorrow. All right.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Have a good one, bud. Chat. Chad, thank you, Tom. And what's up, guys? What a cool intro song. I like that. That's a good jam. I honestly it just takes me back. I listen to a lot of EDM, so I'm like, those are like my music festival days. I love it. That's a great song. Matt and Tom in a buddy cop movie coming soon. That'd be hilarious. That'd be pretty nice. Like what was the other guys? You guys remember that movie with Will Ferrell and Marky Mark? Me and Tom can have the sequel to that movie. The other guys. Whip out that P&L. Yeah, I've whipped it out. So here we go. This is my P&L for the day. Like Tom said, it's been kind of a blah day, and it has been. I've been lucky enough to scrape together some profits on my accounts. As you guys know, it's the same thing. It's the same 7 accounts there, the same 1 account there, and the same 5 accounts there. 13 total. Trading them one at a time. All have been longs. I've been working them little bit by little. My A+ setup is only what I reserve my MyFunded account for, so I haven't touched it yet. No A+ today. These are all Bs, and each one of them I'm just kind of tapping them for profit. These accounts are about $1,000 for the consistency of them, so I can't really make any more in 4 of them. They're kind of capped out, which is good. I do like that. The one account on the screen is only up $281. So this one has about $800 of movement left on it. Then I've got 3 more of these guys to play with in my MyFunded. So I've got all day to make something happen, but I think that's maybe 6K or something like that today across all the accounts, which is good. And some of these on the top are still evals about to pass. So not all of these are funded yet at the top. I went through, this is a new firm or new accounts with the firm that are all, on some of that are all like in progress. So pretty good today. I would say the market is certainly not bearish yet, but I think that we had a big old gap up on this trade deal and the market's kind of pulled back. NASDAQ futures have filled their futures gap at exactly the spot. And we have some A+ setups kind of down below nearby. I'd like to say if we do get any abnormal volatility markets sell off, I've got plenty of places to play. NASDAQ, all of my longs have been off of this hedge pressure. As you can see over here to the right, hedge pressure 1B is set up as always good with a medium position when the confluence is there. Now, earlier today, the confluence was there because this blue line is above 0, but now it's not. The confluence is no longer there. So any trading I would do at any of these levels, you guys don't have these confluence indicators at the bottom. The way they work is very simple. The white line being below 0 or above 0 is the confluence. If it's above 0, then that's really strong support. And so is that, which we had most of the morning. Now we don't. We've been fighting this and losing this halfway through the day. And so when this line is less than 0, the white line is less than 0, then it's more likely that we fall through and fill the gap this way instead. So because of that, I'm not necessarily super long from here because the stocks aren't necessarily picking up momentum to fill the gap, right? Number 2. The blue line also has a tiebreaker. The blue line is also here. Currently, it's negative in both the S&P and NASDAQ, and blue line is the tiebreaker here. When we hit the blue line the first time, the indicator was there. And when we're hitting it, if we hit it again the second time, I'm going to gauge it for strength. The way that these confluence indicators work, and they're really, really good at this, is that each time you tap your pivot, you want to see how many stocks are in, this is gamma exposure, how many stocks are gamma positive at this level. So if I look at this particular level, you can see at the bottom, this blue line at the first tap was roughly -4 and -15. So if we hit it a second time, it's currently slightly better now, but if the stocks were to fall a little bit further, when I bounce again, I gauge this to that point. If this point has a lower read than the second bounce, then the probability is even less likely that it breaks out even higher. So what? Let me phrase that differently in case that was a lot to say. Let me draw at the bottom. Say that this blue line was here above 0 when we first tapped it, and this happened to move that far before it fell a second time. And the question is, do we bounce harder or not here? This is 1 and this is 2. And on the second bounce, if this blue line was slightly higher, then more stocks are gamma positive and rallying off of that spot, similar spot. And this looks at all 500 companies at once. So the idea becomes, if the line is stronger, then the bounce is likely, the pivot's likely stronger and the bounce will likely be higher. If the same thing was true and this was lower, then I tell myself this: if we only bounced this high with it being here, then why would we bounce higher if it's in a worse spot? So I'm going to use that idea to say, if it's in a worse spot, it's not going to bounce much higher at all. My reward is not as much as the first reward I got on it. And it's part of my big trading strategy as far as gauging confidence in some of these plays. So right now it is negative, but it's not as negative as it was earlier, which is pretty strong, or stronger than it was this morning. That's the NASDAQ. And the S&P, similar boat. S&P tapped once earlier and I longed right off of that. That's where I made a lot of this from. I waited. I did pretty much nothing at the start. I took a couple longs, quick profit, got out of the way. We dipped. I grabbed that dip and closed out there. Now, if we tap it again, I'll be willing to trade it. Currently, we're trading on this 1A, which is the long open play, which is inside of this box. And with this white line being negative, as you see what I said earlier, the S&P is trying to fill its gap to yesterday's close this way, because this line has been negative since about there. So at this point in time, we had a polarity shift that this is no longer support. This is now resistance, this line right here. So today's open is now resistance because this white line at the bottom is telling me that. And you can see that the moment it went negative, actually, which is closer to like right here on NASDAQ and right here on the S&P. So maybe like here, you can see that now the open is resistance, and it's very easy to see that. So all my trades have bumped it open and I closed out. Pretty simple setups today. Nothing was complicated about it. And I think I did a pretty good job managing all things considered, but going to be chopping around a little bit. Plus we have Meta and Microsoft earnings. I think that's what, Wednesday, right? And then Apple and Amazon are Thursday. So big tech earnings going to be moving this market around a lot. This could just be pre-earnings profit taking. We can get maybe like a day sell-off somewhere in the middle. Gamma, dude, where you been? We talked about you the other day. Like 3 people in my chat were like, where's that guy Gamma? We missed him. It's been a hot minute, dude. Hopefully you're good, dude. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, it's been You were blocked on our chat? Well, thanks for letting me know that. Maybe one of the mods blocked you on accident. IDOC has been known to block people on accident all the time. I'll unblock you, dude, if you're blocked. A lot of times she's moderating, and she's actually blocked Tyler before. She'll be like moderating and holding the phone while she's like barely waking up in the morning. And a lot of times she's fallen asleep and pushed block on accident, and she's accidentally blocked 3 people just by accident. Yeah. No, it's actually a meme in the community because this one time I was having this really awesome conversation with this guy, some random guy named David. We were like hitting it off, man, with like talking gamma exposure and all this technical stuff. And I was like having this amazing discussion with this brand new face in the community. And we're talking geek and talking tech. And I was like, this is my new best friend forever. And then IDOC times him out for like a whole day. And you can't untime someone out. And she's like, oh, my finger actually slipped on the button. I timed this guy out. And then so there was this like hashtag free David that went around for a while in the community because they were like, let's get him out of jail because the conversation was so interesting. And then as a day went by, he never came back. So 2 ships passing in the night. We could have been great friends forever. And then he's gone. So I'll make sure I'll if you got, again, we added like 1 billion different mods. So maybe, who knows? Maybe you said something auto mod killed you or something. I don't know, but I'll bring you back, brother. It's good to see your face in here again. Tyler, even Tyler just got Abby just blocked Tyler just for fun. Tyler just got blocked for 10 seconds by Abby. That's hilarious. That's what you get, Tyler. How dare you talk? Duh. Follow the rules, bro. That's hilarious. I should let IDOC mod, no duties. Well, the thing is, it's so sweet because she wakes up and she tries to help moderate, but she's like so tired, and so she'll be napping while doing it. So she's butt blocked like 3 people. It's kind of funny. Look, if I had a choice, Tyler would be banned for like 15 whole seconds, okay? But Abby's nicer than me. Okay, so today, trading setup, guys. Let's talk about some stuff. Check it out. IDOC Saul was having, that was actually the joke, that IDOC was like getting jealous that I was hitting it off with another dude talking tech. She's like having a jealous girlfriend moment, like, I can't have this happen. Matt can't have other people in his life. Let's get rid of him. Okay. I knew it, right? Maybe he's the one with the Harley keys. Dun, dun, dun. Mystery solved. Okay, guys, do me a favor. Let's get those likes up. You can click that thumbs up button really quick down below the stream. Let's talk some alpha. Let's get some good trading stuff going on here, right? If you go down to the bottom left of my screen, VIX futures, we talk about this all the time. I've been telling you guys at the start of every trading month, we call it, trading month starts on the first Monday of every month. And the volatility month starts on the trading month is the 4th Monday of every month. The VIX month starts on the 3rd Wednesday of every month as well in the morning. Before pre-market VIX monthly options expire. So the Tuesday before the Wednesday, So the Tuesday before the third Wednesday of the month. Remember this, it's a very important day. Don't say the third Tuesday of the month, however, because if the month starts on a Wednesday, the action ends up being the second Tuesday. So it's the Tuesday before the third Wednesday, almost always, unless Wednesday's a holiday. You're going to get this rollover effect where the VIX is going to expire on Wednesday morning, the VIX options, and you're going to be jumping into a new VIX futures contract, typically rolling over that day as well. And the night before is when we do our calculation, because you're basically rolling everybody over around that options event. And so it's just the midpoint between that close and that open on the two different contracts, leaves you at a very key level. And that very key level sets the tone for the rest of the month. Let me make this a little bigger so you can see it. And I gave so many lessons on this last couple of weeks because it's very important to see if the market's going to be stable or not. If we get to the middle, this is this little midpoint between that range, over the course of the month, 1841, 18.41 on VIX futures for August, okay? Those futures, not VIX, the index. If you are above this level, then you have a different condition than if you're below this level. That one level means a whole lot to the market. So tell me what it means. I have a handout, which is very important to this. This is going to explain why I'm still comfortable buying the dip and jumping in at these lows. On this handout, it has a little bit of a guideline as to how I trade during these two different environments. We call it triple B. That's like a nice little nickname for it, but above triple B or below triple B have two different things. And this level stays the same for an entire month until the next third Wednesday, which we got coming in a while. Plenty of time. In two different realms that we're in right now, we are in this realm right here. Okay. If you are in a decaying VIX below this level, you're going to fall to pivots and hit them pretty sharp, and volume's going to be a nice clean distribution around a nice little bell curve. The opposite is true is if you're above that level, you're going to notice that you will undershoot and overshoot pivots and dance around a lot with a little bit of like an asymmetric volume distribution. That has everything to do with the fact of market overpricing, underpricing liquidity. In the nicer event, I can basically hit pretty hard at my pivot. In the less cool, choppier, I have to build a position around a pivot. And you can see on the left and right side, this is kind of low res probably for y'all, but do your best. The daily ranges are much smaller in the cool environment than the non-cool environment where they're bigger and crazier. Okay, so we're in this environment where you're going to hit pivots on the nose and have a nice volume distribution. Let's talk about that. See, we are below triple B, so we should be good. And don't let me be the first to show you that is exactly like my handout shows you. We hit the pivot, we bounced off the pivot. There's a nice clean bell curve there. It's pretty cool, right? As lovely as that is, we are in this environment where we're getting this beautiful setup. As long as VIX is playing ball like that, you're going to have quicker reverses, quicker Vs. And it's because the market's not illiquid. The market accurately and actually overpriced in volatility. And now that VIX is in decay, you're going to have more liquidity than we expected. And therefore, there is no abnormal volatility created by volatility hedging. It's a whole different game, name of the game. Just remember, below that level, market's going to bounce quick. Above that level, you're going to chop around at those pivots and have a crazy, where's all this volume coming from? Well, that's the liquidity, right? The lack of volatility comes from the liquidity. And so nice, clean, easy bounces off of all of my pivots is what I'm expecting. And now we're about to get a second test of some pivots here. Now, NASDAQ is sort of kind of like holding the fort, I would say, at today's open. There's also a hedge pressure there, and I don't know where my line disappeared to, but let's redraw it real quick. I do have an ace setup, which is exactly here that I was talking about earlier that I can take on NASDAQ. I think that was the level. Let's just double check. The question is, do I went along exactly from here? So let's make the justification. I'm at the pivot now. Actually, no, I'm about, what is this? 50 to 40, 16 points lower. Okay. So roughly about 66 is that level. No, wait, it's not below the open, is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, it is below the level. About 66. Okay. So this isn't the level. Right about here. All right. So the question becomes, do I want along at that be set up one more time. And we're going to be watching the confluence levels at the bottom here to see what the stocks are doing. Currently right now, this blue line is not getting much better, and the market is trying to sell to some of these areas. Now, on top of that, let me double check what VIX is doing. If there's a good liquidity map for VIX, VIX is still in a decaying pattern, which is great for today. There's nothing really alarming there. And will the VIX possibly move to break out into a bull setup? Well, let's see if the VVIX is high, because the VVIX will tell me the ability of the VIX to move. Now, VVIX has been trailing up a little bit, but when we say high, this is what I mean by that. VVIX above 100 is high. VVIX below 100 is okay. VVIX below 90 is actually perfect for a bull market. So we're kind of like right on the edge of being perfect. So there really is like no scare that I have of this market being volatile. But there is a scare that I have of the market genuinely selling off without there being volatility. It just means it's very liquid and that the bears are going to slowly overwhelm the bulls. In a non-volatile environment where markets coming down lower, it doesn't crash lower, it pushes lower. You got to know the difference between the two environments. So even if there's a lower low day today, if you guys are like waiting, like I'm a bear, pretend you're a bear. I'm not, I'm a bull. But pretend you're a bear and you want the market to sell off. You're not going to see this. It's not going to happen. The market's too liquid for that. The only way the market sells off an environment like this is A, if news creates that effect, or B, with no news, it has to like work its way lower, work its way lower, and work its way lower, and then finally give up and sell off. So whatever downside you have is exactly what we're seeing. This, you could have seen this just by looking at the volatility today. The market is not super bullish and it's liquid enough to not crash, but it doesn't mean it's not going to go down lower. So the question is, how strong can I get on a bull move here? I'm going to decide to sit out because of that, right? At least for now. The indications haven't gotten much better. And as we're sitting there at the same pivot, this was like a -3, and already right now it's like a -7. So as I've just gotten evidence is that the open price was stronger here and weaker here. It's now a weaker pivot. This pivot, when we tap it, is not as strong as that one. So I'll say that while this bounce went to there, the fact that the white line is in a worse situation, it's not going to break. It's not going to break out past that. So what I'd say is, even if I were to long from 72, I've got a limit as to the high for that off of there. Why would the NASDAQ or S&P rally even further when more stocks are filling their gap after the gap up? That's what that really means, right? And this is where Rocket Scooter really shines. Somebody had said in chat, right? So I know that the market's not going to crash, A. B, I know the market's still pretty bullish. I mean, all of our stuff is bullish enough. C, do I think the market's going to sell off today? I'm feeling that today might be the day that it does, but it doesn't mean I can't grab dips on the way down because the market's not volatile enough to have it crash under my feet, right? So this is what I feel. Is vanilla a hint? Is there a hint? Is NASDAQ hedge push in the correct place? It is, yeah. It's about the right place. It's slightly below the open today, which is right. 8 points lower than the open. Or close to 8 points lower than the open, yeah. So right about here. You feel that the market will drop every single day? I mean, I buy the dip, right? It's been rare in this bull market where the market hasn't just like given us a dip to long every single day that the market's gone up. It's been there was about a week or so when like longing at the open, if you didn't get that, you missed the trade. But most of the days in the rally since April 10th has been like dips to buy, which is nice. So I'm really enjoying this market. It's been such a fun market to trade. And I can't argue with winning. So I'm having a pretty good day and I don't want to push it too hard. Somebody's asking what happens to their legacy account subscriptions. As far as I know, and the mods can correct me, that your legacy account subscription stays the same. As long as you have it open. I don't think they're migrating people, but I don't know the answer to that. But that's what my brain tells me. That's what I heard from somebody. Am I correct? Okay, thanks for letting me know. That whatever you have is like grandfathered in. I think that's what I remember them saying. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you. Thank you. Dan is saying, Matt, will there be any warning signs before the market crashes in the way that you eventually anticipate? I mentioned volatility is too low. But what if it crashed and that caused the volatility? Right. So let's answer the question. That's a great question. If people were anticipating a bear market, they would be positioning it such that the liquidity is not there from the bull side and VIX would go up. The fact that VIX is not going up means that Wall Street isn't anticipating a bear market, Dan. But let me challenge you to answer that question. Great question, by the way. What's the next thought? You tell me what could cause a crash or a bear market. Kind of take it a step further. The idea is, right, think outside the box and tell me what you think. That is actually, you're asking the right question, right? That the orange man says something right, news. And that's really where it comes from. Currently, right now, right, the market prices in all available information. It's called the efficient market hypothesis. It means all available information is priced into the market. Currently, the market is pricing in no volatility, all-time highs, and trickling higher. Nobody in Wall Street wants to sell. Nobody in Wall Street's taking profits, and nobody in Wall Street is not buying even at here. So for them to stop doing all of that, something needs to change. And therefore, if somebody, as newbie user said, it could all change in a week. Yeah, that's basically what can happen. News. Something needs to change and change people's minds. Okay, let's take it a step further. What news? What news can be drastic enough to change the course of 500 companies in the S&P? Well, tariffs. Yeah, that's a big deal. Fed, inflation, and a lot of the news that could change the market direction is, and earnings are like less frequent news. So the stuff that's on the calendar, like earnings, that's one thing that can turn the market around, but you need all the companies to sell off. And lately, the earnings have been kind of a pretty decent bag. A lot of the companies are actually showing good positive gains, even in this environment. So I don't think this season we're going to get earnings crash the market. So we'll just have a quarter on the earnings front that the tariffs just catch up to companies and everybody's doing bad. And I don't think the tariffs hit everybody equally. So I'm going to pose the scenario that earnings aren't going to be the downfall of this market in a crash sense. Earnings might slowly turn things around slowly over time as next earnings, another batch of companies is doing worse, and the next earnings, another batch. But it doesn't seem like everybody's universally doing horrible, right? In a crash, you need everybody selling everything all at once and not wanting to buy anything. So you really need more like a macroeconomic change rather than a micro. So let's weed out earnings. Okay, so earnings won't be the reason the market crashes. Let's think of the bigger stuff, okay? What's the Fed doing? Are they making big step changes? Well, no, we're quantitative tightening already. We already got the bear market from that. So what else could the Fed do? Not cut rates. Okay, and that's possible. We've been talking about the high inflation slowing down rate cuts, but even a quarter of a point is not enough to really kill Wall Street's perception of the market. Majority of Fed members still want a rate cut at some point. So at least we got a year of probably like slow moving hope for the Fed, at least until the September cut or later, whenever it is. Now, quantitative tightening is already the bad situation. They can always go to QE, which isn't going to happen, but that would make the market bullish. So I don't think the Fed has a handle to turn anything bearish as well. So other than Trump throwing a surprise news tariff in, like a brand new thing that we haven't already priced in, I don't think the market has anything that can crash it. It just will have to slowly unravel. Everything looks pretty okay across the news front, and all the other data points coming out, CPI and stuff, they can come slightly worse and get slightly bigger because of the tariffs, but it's not like people are already pricing that in. So I don't really see anything that can come out of the blue to crash this market. As a matter of fact, everything the way I said it tells me a worst case scenario, the market just slowly unravels over the course of a year like it did in 2022. Remember, that didn't crash either. That just slowly unraveled. And we had rate hikes and quantitative tightening at that time and higher inflation, right? We had a bunch of real big reasons for this to enter a tiny little recession in the middle of this bull market after COVID. But the idea that the VIX is so astronomically low right now, it tells me that Wall Street is not afraid of anything and doesn't think anything's coming in the future. This is where future volatility contracts come into play. The VIX forward curve doesn't flatten until December. It means the market has no fear. When people are bullish, because remember, people use VIX to hedge. And so think of it the opposite. They're not playing VIX to rally the VIX, they're playing VIX to hedge. And they're hedged on a bull side because people are buying, sporadic puts on a month-to-month basis, which causes the VIX to be higher on a month-to-month basis. And then we get to that month and then there's no volatility and there's still liquidity there and the VIX decays out. So we go above triple B, fall, go above triple B, fall. We're not in backwardation until December, which means the market is comfortably bullish until December. So people aren't expecting anything, even from inside information, to shake this market up. Monthly maps, which looks at the options exposure, which is a rocket scooter thing, is also showing a bull market through the end of October. We have a 3-month visibility window on this because we look at the options. It's only bearish when you're inside of this light gray. So even the insiders are pricing in a bear market. As a matter of fact, the insiders are calling 23,500 a low for the next 3 months. This is a low where we are right now. This is not even a high. And so Wall Street is completely unanticipating nothing. They're not anticipating anything bad. So we need, like, to answer your question, you ask the right question. We need a big event to crash out a market. It's way too liquid to fall. And people right now are very comfortable where we are. And nobody's selling. Even with the VIX the way that it is, it's going to shrug off tariff news like it's nothing. So right now, I don't fear anything right now. And I think that Wall Street in the same boat, which is a great question that you pose, because it's like, what would have to happen for market to crash, right? That's a great thought process. Now, while the market can have some selling pressure in the intraday, I don't feel like the market is like trying its hand at selling off, like there's not willing buyers here. Now, again, my resilience level is less than it was. It was minus 2.6 there. It's now a minus 8 because it's in a worse situation, minus 2.6. I'm not buying the dip here in minus 8. Now we're at hedge pressure a second time. Let's analyze the blue. So the white got worse. Now the blue is minus 14.3. And here when we tapped, it was minus 15. So blue got slightly better. So this one was worse. This one was better. Combination of the two of those, I probably could still buy the dip at blue. And I'm watching it bounce while blue is slightly better, but white is slightly worse. Because of that, I have to say which one I think is stronger of the two. And unfortunately, the white line is stronger than the blue line. So the desire of the market to find liquidity by filling its gap is usually on a day-to-day basis stronger than the gamma exposure on weekly options. So white overpowers blue. When white looks worse and blue looks better, I'm not going to take the blue bounce. So I weeded out this particular thing. And I think the blue is going to break because of that. Let's see if I'm right. Now, you guys don't necessarily get to witness my thought process in the middle of trades because I'm here at lunch and there's not always a good setup. But if you guys always thought I'm just some big goofball goofing off and you didn't know that I actually do very thoroughly plan my trades before I make them, my stream is like this every day. So anytime you guys are like, Matt, what are you thinking now? Just ask me. There's always something apart from me like goofing off and banning Tyler and Chad, having fun with it. I really am always thinking about these things and justifying why I trade. So feel free to always ask me questions like that. Do we have jolts this week? I think we have jolts on Thursday, right? Where is my... Jolts are always on Thursdays, I believe. I don't know if it's this week, though. Yeah, that's a whole different situation, too. The labor market stalling out is a whole different conversation. Is tomorrow? Did I say Thursday? I meant Tuesday. Don't listen to me. Jolts is Tuesday. Thursday is the unemployment filings. My bad. I got those backwards. All right. And so tomorrow is, yeah, Jolts. So Jolts are going to be kind of like a, it's been an interesting situation watching the job market change. And this is not something that crashed the market, but this is something to take point in like paying attention to. So Jolts right here are going to be basically, we'll talk about this more tomorrow. I'll be explaining more about it. But this is job openings that could be filled in a 30-day window with active recruiting. And there's an available worker for it. And Jolts have been going up over the last 3 prints, up. They're going down when we're on a hiring spree usually, or going down when there are big layoffs and recession. One of the two can cause them to go down. We had a combination of both. In the 2022 recession, there were just no creations of jobs. The existing jobs are being closed down as people are getting laid off. And then right now, as people are coming back to work, they're outpacing the available jobs. So there's no more openings. So now we have the hiring spree, and now we're frozen. Participation rate's very low, so people aren't going out and getting jobs, which is why I think that this is going up. COVID's created a weird world where most people want to create their own job rather than go get a job. And I think we're going to see a pattern of the JOLTS continuing to trade higher while the participation rate continues to move lower, which just means companies are going to have a hard time finding labor, which means because of that, companies have to pay more to get the labor to come in and take the job, which means wage inflation can be back on the menu, which is the original kind of inflation we had at the start of COVID problems, or during COVID, called cost push inflation, where the cost of production and labor goes up, which can build into creating inflation down the road. Remember, if there's a lot of available jobs and the participation rate is lowering because nobody wants to get one, companies are going to have to pay them more to go. Supply and demand, which will only add to the inflationary problem that we have due to the tariffs. It's another version of 2022. So this is where I'm worried about the overall effect of that. But again, it's a longer term metric. And you will see that JOLTS up, participation rate lower, if I'm correct on the assessment there. You will see it reflecting directly into the CPI and probably the PPI, because that CPI is on the consumer side and PPI is on the production side. So production side, we'll see the cost of production go up because cost push is on the cost of production, that kind of inflation. So just like post-COVID, the inflation is loaded at the front end, not the retail side, where the cost of raw materials and labor goes up. So we could see labor costs going up. And this is where the problem comes from. So hopefully that, yeah, wage inflation is at least, and it can be, wage inflation can be good in an environment where you can handle it. But right now the market is sensitive to anything inflation due to the tariffs. So if you have to pay people more, companies are making less, and the companies are getting hit on the tariffs, they're making even less. So it means they're gonna have to raise prices even more, which means distribution and retail both will get price raises, which means CPI will go through the roof. And that's really what Wall Street doesn't want to see, but it doesn't mean that like market's gonna die, right? These kind of things are slower moving ships. Even in 2022, it was just like a choppy bear market for 3/4 of a year. It wasn't really like the market crashed. It just was bearish. But yeah, I love thinking about this stuff and trying to figure out what's going on. So right now, I'm not going to buy blue. Let's see if I was right on this. I'm not going to buy here, even though this is a B setup. I can hit it with a strong read on this, but I don't have a strong read. And with this white line being less than 0, remember my resilience level is a forecasting tool on gap fill. This is very possible. I'm not betting short. I'm just avoiding the long. Again, I'm only short when the market's bearish. And by 2 indicators that tell me that, that's less than 0 and that's less than half. And so far, everything is bullish. So I'm going to avoid the bull market and try to get lower dips to buy. Hopefully on QQQ, this sell-off today that we'll probably get will hit some A pluses down at the bottom. You guys know me, right about 565, 564 are super strong pivots. I'd love the market to dip to that. We have some kind of spontaneous move. We move and move and we go down here. I might want to buy the dip. That's what I'm looking for. Oh yeah. I need some water. That's tasty. Can I give you advice on releasing your new worst version of Rocket Scooter? You're thinking of naming it Mobility Scooter? Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Or what was the one? The Rascal scooters, like the ones that you get that go like 5 miles an hour. That's okay. What's probably a bounce in blue line? Well, what we look for is, okay, so under ideal conditions, 8 out of 10 days will stay on the same side at close of the blue line. 8 out of 10 days under ideal. Means that whatever happens, whether it crashes or doesn't crash or whatever, it usually ends up above the blue line 4 out of 5 times under ideal conditions. And do we have ideal conditions today? Well, these are all green. That's a check. That's bullish. That's bullish. And this is less than 0, so not ideal. So when it's not ideal, we say roughly 60% of days. It's still better than the coin flip. 60% of days should end up above here, okay? Which means if we fall really hard to an A+ setup, I'm going to utilize that 60% as my take profit as the achievable goal, right? So I use this probability that we should close above here to tell me if I have to grab that dip, then I can get it all the way back up at the top, right? So I use that as a gauge of what my P&L could be. So imagine if I hit this bull zone here and I bounce at 565 down to 567.5. It becomes a 2.5 to 1 setup, which is really nice, right? And if I don't have agreements on the way up, I can grab like 3 contracts here. And once it hits that target, I can trim down to 1 or trim down to 2. Hits that, I can trim down to 1 and then hold my runner to get back to the top. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for today. Scooter the ankle drawing soon. That's funny. I'm missing out on what all you guys are saying in chat. Wait. Della, somebody out here. Are you guys jokingly making fun of each other? I never know with trading. You guys are threatening each other for fun. Dirty pickle. Oh, shots have been thrown. Shots have been thrown. Y'all are funny. All right. Are all pickles dirty though? What's considered a clean pickle? My dog was dirty. As a matter of fact, pickle. Let me know how this happened. I think his iDog has ducks in a pond around their house, her dad's house. But pickle came in smelling like duck shit, and it was like all over his head. I don't know what he did because there's duck poop everywhere in this neighborhood, and oh, this is the stinkiest, nastiest smelling. Bird poop doesn't even stink like human poop. It just has a weird smell to it. And pickle came and smelled like duck poop. We had to bathe him like 3 times. It's like a fishy smell, yeah. And we were like, "What's that smell?" And then he was like, he had a little smudge on his fur. And then you say if hedge pressure is in redistribution zone. Right. So you're bringing up a very good point. Yellow and blue, right? So yellow is a pivot. White, correct. White is a pivot if the white line's less than 0. And let me draw them with the right colors so you guys know the different setups I'm looking at. All right. So if white is less than 0, this is a pressure to look for. Even if blue was greater than 0, so check white is below 0. Gap might fill to the downside. This can fall pretty big today. It can. Doesn't mean I'm betting that it will, but it can. I'm cautioning myself now. Even if blue was above 0 and blue could bounce, what do I do on the tiebreaker? And of the two of these, the white is always the stronger. Gap fill is always stronger than hedge pressure. So I always caution myself when a gap fill signal is present to not buy a hedge pressure dip in the middle of the gap. It can smash right through it. And so you nailed it, right? This is a caution today, which is great because if it does smash right through it, I get some really solid lower lows to play from. Even though the signs are there, I still don't short for the market to crash out. That's one thing I still don't do. I mean, that makes sense. Hopefully you guys are following what I'm saying. Are y'all following what I'm saying? All right. It makes no sense that my head is normal size with such a mega brain? Oh. Y'all are funny. Drama in the chat? Wait, is there actual drama in the chat or are you guys just joking with each other? All right. If there's actual drama in the chat, I'll just ban somebody. Y'all want me to ban someone? I'll just ban someone. I'll do the iDoc thing. I'll just ban somebody randomly. I'll time them out for 9,999 seconds. Ooh. Somebody was timed out by MyFundedFutures for 86,000 seconds. Is that the max you can do? Oh, that's so funny. Y'all are hilarious. Sorry for them causing drama. I can't tell with you guys. You guys are a bunch of knuckleheads. Sometimes you're just trolling for fun. We troll each other for fun. We troll each other in chat all the time for fun, just for fun. And the other streamers come into my chat and go into their chat. We all talk smack to each other, but for fun. But if people are actually being really dramatic and like interrupting your time, just let us know. I'll ban them, or one of my mods will ban them. This is all about, no, we can't ban the business loans. Business loans are crucial for running the businesses. Come on. But sometimes you guys, we have to stay on topic here, but it's okay. You guys know me. I'm like the most lighthearted person when it comes to just goofing off in stream. So I'm okay with it. I'm too serious when it comes to analyzing markets all the time. We got to have a little bit of fun. Bump, 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 bump. Yeah. Both of you to the corner now. Put your nose against the corner and think about what you did for 86,000 seconds. And when you come back, apologize to your brother for taking his toy, or else you're going to be grounded. I'm not taking shorts these days because my short setups have specific criteria. For the success rate of shorts, I need confluence on them, which is really nice. Let me show you my confluence chart here. Short setups are very, very particular on the confluence I need with them. While I do feel like the market's coming down, I still don't execute a short on the fear of the market coming down. I still know that it's coming down. I can sit on the sideline and be smart about it. I only short when that monthly res is less than 0 or the DD ratio is less than half. I need stocks to be bearish or stocks to be gamma negative on monthly. I really only short in bear markets. I pretty much long most all the time if I can. If I have evidence that the market's going to fall out, I just stay out of the way. Like I said, if like the gap is going to fill, I only short off of a high pivot in a bear market to short to some lower low. I don't bet on markets falling. As a matter of fact, I know the market's probably going to fall today. I'm just going to sit out. Could I chase a short? Yes, but it's always bad form to chase a short, in my opinion, rather than just to let it fall. I like being on the sideline because even in any trade, you run the risk of counter news coming out and blasting you. It's not a bear market. It is selling off in a bull market, and I don't have a good, strong short pivot to trade off of. So while we're going to let it fall, going to let it do it. And here we go. And I told you guys earlier that I was waiting for this to fall. How did I do on the call, guys? Wait, somebody got banned. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Somebody asking about you guys are good. You guys are good. All right. So how did I do on this call right here? Pretty call, right? So pretty good call. I thought we're going to probably fill the gap and pull through. It's not as strong as earlier. I could still maybe buy the dip on this. Again, I still want to err to the bull side, but I'm not taking the long here. This is perfect. I'm on sidelines. We are good. Awesome. Awesome. Hold on 1 second. Wait, what's with the yeses and nos? Is it time? Is it time? Is it time for something? Wait, where's my thing? Hold on, guys. My browser just crashed. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hold on. There we go. All right. Don't ban Victor. He's the good guy. Good is relative, Victor. I don't think you're a good guy. I think you're a great guy. All right. Ban Victor. I know we all want to. We've all wanted to for a while. But Victor's probably the greatest thing that's happened to our stream since Hedge Pressure. I think we should keep him around for a little bit. Victor is the default. You guys are funny. I had somebody just text me that said that they're in another Discord, and the other Discord is telling each other to come in here and troll this channel and my show specifically. So FYI, I saw a screenshot of somebody telling somebody to go troll us. That's kind of fun. These Discords of these people are funny. All right. So can all right, so I'm still gonna wait, even though we did fall through this a little bit. I'm still not bearish this market, not taking any shorts. See how the market dips and then comes right back up, dips and comes right back up. That's the no volatility, right? So the market's still just chilling. I don't know why I have that sitting there. This is my little ruler tool here. Now I'm going to wait. Still holding tight. Resilience has just gotten slightly worse. So the probability that the market bounces off of here is not as good as the last time we bounced up here. That went to there. That went to there. This is likely not to break that. So now I can say comfortably that that's probably the high of today. And that's why I only use this one indicator. This one indicator is like my Swiss Army knife. It tells me so much about the market. So inside of here, it's down pressure from now. In the current state of things, we're not breaking through that. Now you'll see how I do what I do, right? And this is basically a judgment call. Now what's neat is to sit on the sidelines and just watch it move. As a trader, I don't have to touch everything that moves. And you see why I didn't chase the short either. Chasing the short is kind of for newbies. Average down out for small profit. Oh, nice. Nice you guys are doing some trades. 86,000 seconds means 23 hours means see you tomorrow, buddy. At least they gave you 23 hours instead of 24, right? Because at least you can come back at the start of the show because an hour ago. That's kind of nice of them, actually, to give you a 23-hour ban. 24-hour ban, which means you can't come to the beginning of the show tomorrow either. It's almost a 2-day ban. You only catch the tail end. Matt called you a newbie. I call you a newbie every day. Come on, you know that. You might be right on chasing the short. I think that the market's pulling back a little bit. I think today's the day it's going to happen. But at least I'm safely on the sidelines with my, I don't know how much dollars that is down there. On the funded side, that's, well, I want to make like 9 plus 9 plus 9, $4,000 on the funded side. I'm not sad about that. Oh yeah, that was your ban when you made a totally not creepy comment towards iDoc that was misinterpreted. Yeah, she knows better now. You kind of have like a permanent pass to be an absolute troll in our channel forever, Mike. You have a special place in our hearts. She'll never ban you again. Are you sure I'm flat? Oh, yeah, Gabriel, I can't tell you, I can't answer that joke. That joke's about another prop firm with a kind of shit platform that's hard to tell if that prop firm, if I'm even in a trade or not with that stupid platform. I didn't say anything out loud. What are you guys talking about? If y'all were on my stream this morning, I was like, I'm flat. At least I think I'm flat. I can't even see my open positions, and some other platform that's so trash. I did. I was so raging today on my channel. I was like, I'm doing another challenge that the community put me up to. to go out there and get on some leaderboard just to get on leaderboard, not because I support or want to be part of it. I just want to go on the leaderboard and beat up some newbie traders. And I'm just like, wait, am I even in a position? I don't even know. I can't even tell. This platform's horrible. Why am I getting filled 3 seconds late and after I put in the order? Oh my gosh. So anyways, that was a funny joke today. So there, the guys are memeing me that. Are you sure you're flat? No, that's the joke from today. You guys are so funny. What's going down?
Flicker lights, neon sparks, wheels spinning through the dark, chasing
Sound like something's coming through the pipeline here.
down the track.
Are you paying attention? Are you listening?
Electric veins in the night, feel the pulse, feel the bite. Welcome, rocket scooter, burning trails where you're
The beat is good. I like this song a lot. All right, guys. Go ahead, pullback market looking like it's pulling back a little bit more. I love that song. That's a really good song. Kind of has like a I'm trying to think like what kind of just reminds me of like it's like I like that low, like kind of like chill beach. You guys get one? You finally got one. See? If you do the contest long enough, you'll eventually win something. Congrats to the winners. How do you know you won? Probably that you bought the account with the code or you got whatever you got and then you get in on the account. So if you're able to purchase it or whatever for free, then you get the win. This is great. All right. Incredible, guys. Okay, well, I got like 3 minutes left here. Looks like I've been pretty okay with just chilling on this market and not really pressing too hard against this, even though conditions are looking worse, I still can long with a smaller position. That's usually the stance I take. And again, it is not crashing out because the market is not volatile, even though the indicator looks bad. If this white line pops above 0, like later, or it's delayed and the stocks get back up on the surface, then that'd be good. But for now, I'm just going to chill and wait and see what happens. I want to see if I can get a better long position closer towards the end of the day, which would be kind of nice. And while the Nasdaq is looking cleaner right here, the S&P has gotten kind of like a little worse. I think that's the worst looking of the two, to be honest. Let's double check S&P for you guys before I get out of here. And remember, S&P did the same thing where S&P filled its gap and kept going lower. Now S&P does have its hedge pusher bounce at that same spot. If I were to take a long, I could take a small long off S&P. Even though I don't have the confluence, I can still take a small long with some micros. So just to demonstrate, and you guys can come on my stream and watch me do this, just because I can, I'm going to take a 5 micro long. I don't have the confluence, but I still want to take the bull setup from here, but I have A plus here and A plus here. So I'm going to put 5 micros just in case it rallies, I can get something. And then I can also hold 5 micros to draw down for 20 points and not even a big deal, or 15 points. So 5 micros there. I'll add 1 mini here in just one account, not all 5 of them, just one account. And I'll add 2 minis right here. So now I have my trade plan scaled in to just kind of buy a dip somewhere in here and hopefully something happens, but I'll just get some micro trades. But come over to my stream and we'll see how this trade plays out. 1 account, 5 micros. Confidence is very low, but I'll see y'all tomorrow, right? When I learn my strategy, it seems very complicated. Oh, and the strategy is very easy. It's find high volume pivots and long or short off of them. The complication in trading is always deciding how big you're going to bet. And in reality, that trading is complicated. In general, there's no such thing as an easy trading strategy. Charting is like when the levels cross over by this. Mine is like when I hit this pivot by this. That's it. But my decision making on the confluence is always complex. That's the difference between a master trader and an amateur trader. And that's really clear to notice the differences. Nobody's going to have a simple trading strategy and a simple approach and make money. It's chess players. Like everybody's playing chess as moving pieces around, but the grandmasters and the complete neophytes, the beginners, are completely different levels on their thought process. To watch a grandmaster play the game, it's going to seem complicated to you because of them being 50, 100 steps ahead of whatever they're doing. But any trading strategy at the grandmaster level will be complex, the person telling you from their point of view. But learning it and learning the application, the chess pieces move the same way. They're all the same for everybody. And as you master your craft, you'll realize it seems complicated from the start. But once you're 2, 3, 10 years into the game, it'll be something that you just naturally have without having to think about it. So the more you rehearse something complicated, it's really not complicated at all, right? So practice becomes perfect. And it just seems complicated because a lot of it's are new terms you've never heard. Probably I have a whole different style. And but stick with the stream for a couple days, couple weeks. You'll realize I do the same thing every day. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm onto my channel. I'll be live in the afternoon, closing out the day like I always am. I'll pop the link in here. You guys are welcome to come join us as we close out today's trading day. I love you guys so much. Thank you, MyFunded Futures. Thank you, MyFunded TV, and all the folks here. Thanks for the free accounts. We always love that. And thanks for having me on. As always, I'm out of here. We'll see y'all tomorrow, same time. And see y'all later on my stream.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the